Stupid fucking thing. All right, well, what's up, everybody? Nothing. Nothing set up because I can't get this stupid thing to work, so. I honestly don't understand how the chat, which is pulling from this source, but if I take that same URL, which is currently displaying in OBS, and I put it into Chrome, I get this. What happens if I put it into Edge? You know what? Let me be very bold here. If I put it into Edge, nothing. That's crazy. Like opening. So for those of you who don't know, the way that OBS works is one of the things that you can set up is like a text box or an audio source or a video source. You know, one of those things is that's so stupid is a browser source. And a browser source basically is just like a web page. And I can take this URL and I can put it into a browser source in OBS, and I get the chat. That's what the chat is. You're looking at it. But then if I take that same URL and I post it into Edge, a browser, or if I post it into Chrome, a browser, it shows nothing. And that's what I should be seeing in my little teleprompter, and I'm not. So anyway, so instead of being all excited and like, oh, we're having fun, and, you know, having some tip goals and stretch goals and shit like that, nothing's fucking set up, and I'm fucking tilted. So, welcome. Enrique, thank you for the 6-month resub. I think Twitch got shut down. Everything's fucked up. I don't even know if Twitch is going to get picked up. Inevitably, what has to happen is this has to apparently crash. Chrome has to crash. And then when Chrome crashes, we can. Oh, I know Twitch. Okay, there we go. Twitch is up. Okay. No. Twitch is up. You know, it's the problem with trying to get 17 different pieces of technology connected to each other. And just like every awesome piece of technology that people develop, somebody goes, oh man, I'm going to create an upgrade and development. It's like, nobody wants you to upgrade your stupid thing. Stop. Just stop. I don't know why developers insist on shitifying every fucking piece of technology that they touch on or that they touch. It's like, hey, everyone, it's good and it works. Well, we got to keep developing it. Why? You're only going to make it worse. You're only going to make it worse. And they do every time. Foundry's like, hey, we're going to break every single module in the game, but hey, you know, dynamic lighting is even better than it ever was. Aren't you so excited that your tabletop role-playing game is even more like a fucking video game? Meanwhile, everybody who's actually played Foundry for more than like 5 seconds, it turns that shit off because, yeah, it's really fun when your character, your token, you can't see what's going on the map in the other room because you don't have line of sight to that room. You know what? You know what? I'm preparing myself to be really disappointed with all of you. So I'm going to put this up here just so I can be mad because I'm already mad. So I'm going to put this up as a poll. Natalie, the poll is do you use true token line of sight in your VTTs? Okay. All right. Enable poll. Does this work? Somehow nope, that doesn't work. Of course, why would that work? See, because I had to update it, so now every single thing. Now, again, this browser source works. And it looks like crap because it got reset. There we go. All right. Vote up. Do you use true token line of sight in your VTT? You know. Anyway, the point is, you know, meanwhile, Foundry, hey, would it be cool if you could give us like some more better support for, you know, I don't know, tokens or for, you know, shit that's breaking all the time? Nah, we're not going to do that. Welcome, everyone. This is just so frustrating. All right. Again, I spent the last 30 minutes like sitting here trying to get this stupid thing to work and unsuccessful. And it's just very annoying me. All right, I need some tip suggestions. Super chat goal will be, yes, Derek, your hatred. And let's see, tip goal. Ooh, I know what tip goal could be. All right. There we go. Yeah, tip goal, get good, son. Yeah, no, I'm just waiting for YouTube to crash because inevitably during the course of a stream, the Chrome will crash that has my YouTube information in it. It's like runs out. It's like creates a page memory error, and then I have to stop it and then restart it. And then when I do that, usually the thing starts working. I don't know. All right, so our super chat goal is, yes, Derek, your hatred. And then our tip goal is look at the new One Ring Sauron book, which just came out, I think, last week. Shout out to Free League, by the way, as I own, obviously, all these One Ring books, but I did not own any of the PDFs. But Free League has a relationship with Bob, and they were able to send over the new all the PDFs so that we could take a look at them, including the new Hands of the White Wizard, which is a brand new book which just came out last week. So that's pretty sick. Pretty cool, I would say. Strong. Dr. D. Hart, thank you so much for joining the adventure. That's I was going to highlight you and shout you out. You can't live without the technology. Can't live with the technology. Can't live without it. But thank you so much. Yeah, the Sauron stuff sounds really cool. For sure. I obviously just literally got it yesterday when Free League sent over a bunch of PDFs to me. So I haven't pre-ordered it yet because I was like, well, you know, I'm not in a rush. And honestly, I you know, the money after the Fabula Ultima Kickstarter, you know, it took me out. It was a brutal. That was a brutal Kickstarter. I mean, I told Need Games, I told Emmanuel, guys, go for the throat, and they went for the throat. They went for the wallet too. That's what they really went for. But I had to have it. You know, I had to have it. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for supporting the Knights of the Last Call in my ever quickening plummet towards insanity, and yeah, just losing my damn mind as nothing ever fucking works. I thought, oh, I'll update it. I'll get everything set up. No, it doesn't work. What is this busted plugin called that breaks until it crashes? Great feature. Yeah, it's a great one. It is called Social Stream Ninja. And to be fair, it worked flawlessly for years. And then they updated it. And ever since he updated it, it just does this thing now where it just randomly, it will, again, it's clearly working because the URL that is being shown in chat, what you're looking at right now, is coming from socialstream.ninja/doc/ blah, 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 blah. So with my unique session ID. Okay. So this app, which is, it's an extension, it's a Chrome extension. It is running in Chrome. It is clearly picking up the chat from Twitch and from YouTube and displaying it here on the YouTube. That is not coming from my URL. That's not coming from a local source. That is coming from a extension, a Chrome extension being hosted somewhere. But so that's why it's crazy that I can't see that chat except in my OBS. Like if I take that URL and put it into like a Chrome, nothing, just nothing. It's crazy. So, hey, what's going on, everybody? Good to see you. Thank you, Mark. The rage and rants are top level. I know. Woosah. Woosah, right? Serenity now. Serenity now. Speaking of rage, today we're going to take a look at a supplement for the One Ring RPG, and that is Moria, Through the Doors of Durin. An absolutely fantastic, wonderful book that is, quite frankly, gorgeous, but also, I think, going to be pretty cool for us here. So we're going to talk at length, I'm sure, about the book, but the real reason that we're here is because this book has a set of solo rules at the back of it that we are interested in, because we want to run a kind of solo game here on the channel of the One Ring. But yes, Karma, yes. So normally I am able to take that URL, okay, and put it into a browser window like Chrome. In fact, actually, I don't even have to do this normally. The browser, the Chrome extension has a link provided for me. And then I can see that chat in my teleprompter, and it has the neat little benefit that it has some sort of, extension logic that if I click on the link, it highlights it, which sends, again, a message to the server, which is running this. And then that's how the little thing pops up and you get to see that. But yeah, no dice. So, and again, clearly the server is receiving the chat information from my YouTube and from my Twitch feeds, because that is what you are seeing here on the screen. So great stuff. So, One Ring. Through the Doors of Durin. So we're going to take a look. Karama, I put it in Edge. It doesn't work in Edge either. So it's something with this site or this web page, this web extension. I have no idea what its problem or deal is. And maybe he completely changed everything over. I don't know. So yeah, we're here. So let us talk about the One Ring. Moria, Through the Doors of Durin. And what would be a better place than to start with this, one of the most famous illustrations and iconography that is present in most Lord of the Rings. There's many covers of the Fellowship of the Ring that feature this. And this, of course, is the inscription, which is carved into the Doors of Durin, which are on the western side of Moria. So, yeah, I mean, again, how deep do we want to go here into the nerding and the lore? I don't know. But we can certainly get into it. So, because again, we've got a book here. For starters, it starts with this absolutely. This is just obviously a literally one of the most famous pieces of art from the Fellowship of the Ring. But we get to see it kind of here recontextualized with obviously a group that is not the Fellowship, right? So part of the cool premise of this is you're already kind of changing history a little bit, because maybe your group will enter in through the Doors of Durin. And then the second, I'm going to go to the book view here. The second the inner copy, the inner version, so the hard copy, the inner side of the book is this incredible top-down and side and profile view of Moria. Now, there have been some really cool maps drawn of Moria before, so this isn't. This is a really good one, and I really, really think it's really awesome. But it really helps to understand here, and we'll talk also a little bit about what it means. What does Moria mean in the context of the use of this place in the game? But I really want to highlight that this is not a dungeon. This is not even a mega dungeon. It is over 40 miles, okay, from the gates of Western Moria, the Doors of Durin, all the way through, okay, to the east gate of Moria. Okay. So you're talking about something that's, over 40 miles from west to east. And then looking top down, you can see that it extends in places as much as 20 to 25 miles in width. So we're talking about, 800 square miles. And that would be if there weren't numerous levels. This was literally, it is not a city, it is not a mine, it is literally an underground kingdom of the dwarves. That we can get into some of the history of this, but this is one of, even when they got, everyone at this point, everyone knows the story, right? That the Balrog got, the dwarves delved too greedily and too deep, and they awoken the Balrog of Morgoth. Now, they didn't know what it was. No one really knows what a Balrog is. So they just called it Durin's Bane because it killed King Durin VI, the Lord of Moria. And so all they knew is that there was this terrifying, evil, supernatural something from the depths that killed their lord. And no one really knew what it was. So they called it Durin's Bane. So no one really knew what Durin's Bane was, or really what could have. Yeah, spoilers. But at the time when that happened, Khazad-dûm, which is the Khazad-dûm name for this kingdom of dwarves, had existed, okay, for 7, 8, 9,000 years, okay? Khazad-dûm was founded before they even started counting time, basically. In the normal sense, right? Which we traditionally call the First Age. Okay, the First Age of Middle Earth. Again, I apologize. Whatever. The First Age of Middle Earth. Most people are familiar that it's the Third Age. That in Lord of the Rings books, the end of the Third Age. Okay, the First Age begins with the creation of the sun and the moon, and the awakening of men. That is what starts essentially Middle Earth history. I mean, it exists before that, obviously. But in terms of like, okay, we're going to start calling things ages, and we're going to start, counting years the way that we think of years. Like I'm talking we like human beings, right? As like 1 year around the sun. That started at year one of the First Age, when men, the second children of Eru Iluvatar, awoke. Before that, the dwarves were digging in Khazad-dûm. Okay, so this kingdom of dwarves is insanely ancient. So that's like one thing that I think is really important to know. The second is that at the time of the Third Age, now remember, in the Fellowship of the Ring, they passed through Moria in about 3019, I think is the year. So 3019 years into the Third Age. The One Ring role-playing game takes place in like 2965. Okay, so 40, 50 years before the Fellowship of the Ring, I think, give or take. At that time, 2965, Khazad-dûm has been abandoned by the dwarves for over 1,000 years. Think about how long 1,000 years is. Okay, it's a really long time. Again, things move so slowly in Middle Earth, and I think people, they see the movies and everything kind of happens at breakneck speed, and it kind of really, I think, does a poor job of setting the scale of these things. So, you have these two really weird things, which is one, this Moria has been here for an extremely long time. Again, not a city, not a mine, a literal kingdom of dwarves that existed here for thousands and thousands of years. And then it's been abandoned for over 1,000 years because of the dwarves fleeing after Durin's Bane. Now, that is true, Kendall. I mean, obviously dwarves live, human generations are 20 years. So it's probably safe to say that a dwarven generation is 50 years, 60 years. I mean, dwarves may live to be, 250 or something like that, give or take. maybe 300 years. But that doesn't, we don't count human generations in hundreds, right? We count human generations in 20s and 30s. But it is true that there is certainly no dwarf in living memory that has really any idea of Moria in that respect. So, long way of saying this book starts with an incredible premise, which is the map, okay, which is fantastic. And if you buy the hardcover, you also get this absolutely gorgeous, in the back of the book, old school style, you get this fantastic fold-out map of the same map. So I'm sure that'd be a lot of fun to play with if you're playing the game. Is Balin there at that point? No. Well, at the time of the One Ring, he has not yet began his conquest of Moria. And so, going back to what we were talking about before, the history of Moria is one that is really, really full. Now, what's funny is that they call this book, the One Ring Through the Doors of Durin. But ironically, the Doors of Durin, in some ways, are probably one of the least likely ways that you are going to be able to enter Moria. Although it'd be kind of cool if you did. Now, historically, if you follow the lore, the Doors of Durin hadn't been used by outsiders in thousands of years until Gandalf opens them. But we can see here the deep lore of Middle-earth. So here is the Doors of Durin. Now, the Doors of Durin are a secret set of doors, and so cunningly made are dwarf doors that when closed, they cannot be seen, basically. It's such a high quality of stone secret door that it cannot be seen. And so what we see here on the Doors of Durin are this engraving. And this engraving is made with Ithildin. And Ithildin is a magical substance made by the elves using that ever-present, that wonderful, wonderful material known as Mithril. And it's really important to know that like Mithril is like the vibranium of Tolkien's universe. So not only is Mithril very, very, very strong on its own, but it's also like if you put it into something, suddenly it's magical and it works. So the kind of the way that like the entire, like the Wakanda, like the, Captain America's shield's vibranium. Well, yeah, but like the Wakandans have like anti-gravity tech and energy repulsors and free energy because of vibranium. So Mithril really is the unobtainium. It's the wonder material of Tolkien's legendarium. And so when you mix it into other things, it creates these fantastic material. So this is known as Ithildin, which is a special material which is completely invisible. It only mirrors starlight and moonlight. And we can see here an inscription. And the inscription says, here's like, I'm trying to remember. It's like, here are the, here's the Doors of Durin, Lord of Moria, speak friend and enter. This door was made by Narvi, and I, Celebrimbor, made these runes. Okay. And if you've watched Rings of Power or you've read your Silmarillion, you'll know that Celebrimbor was an elven smith who made, yes, the Rings of Power. So Narvi, on the other hand, was just a really badass dwarf architect. And he, there's all sorts of fun little details here, like this rune in the upper left-hand corner is the rune of Celebrimbor. This rune, or Narvi, one of these is the rune for Narvi. One of these is the rune for Celebrimbor. So it's basically they got their initials on the door. You've got the Tengwar script above the door. You have the sign of Durin's house, which is a crown of 7 stars above a hammer and anvil. You have a depiction of the 2 trees of Valinor, Telperion and Laurelin. And then in the center is this gleaming star, which is the symbol of the house of Feanor, which is this house for which Celebrimbor was descended through his Noldor roots. So, even something like a little inscription, which most people look at and go, it looks cool. But there's like thousands of years of lore just inside of this, kind of thing. So very cool stuff, especially if you're a nerd. Fun story. All right. So here's a zoomed in version of Moria. And again, let me know in chat if I'm getting out of pocket. But the dwarves, there's a lot of, so there's some interesting things for those of you who aren't super well known about Tolkien's lore. But Tolkien obviously, Tolkien has this creator deity called Eru Ilúvatar, and Eru Ilúvatar creates these angelic beings. They're called the Ainur. And the greatest of these Ainur are called the Valar. And you can think of them as like archangels, basically. They're not gods, but they are, heavenly. They are divine. And one of these gods is Aule, the smith. And Aule is the Valar of creation and craft and the earth. And, Eru Ilúvatar is psyched because he's telling his people, he goes, guys, you're not going to believe it. It's going to be awesome. I'm going to create these things. They're going to be called like people. It's going to be great. Okay. And I'm going to create 2 sets of these people. Okay. And they're going to be awesome. And they're going to change everything. And Aule is like, so like psyched about this, right? He's like, oh my God, creating stuff. I love creating stuff. And he's like super, super psyched. So he goes and creates his own race of people. Now, what's kind of funny about that is Melkor, who's like the big bad evil guy, kind of got into trouble for doing the same thing. Melkor wanted to create his own stuff. He wanted to create his own life. And that was basically the sin, like capital T, capital H, capital E, sin. There's something to be said about Tolkien's, religious background, but there's kind of a theme in Lord of the Rings that wanting to be creative and to do your own thing is a sin to a certain extent. Like you should just do what you're told. And if you try to create and do your own thing, you're being a bad person. It should also be noted that so Aule creates these creatures and they're going to be like him. They're going to love, creating stuff, and they're going to be made of the earth because he's the Vala of the earth, and he's really excited about this. And Eru Ilúvatar, God, basically goes, "What the fuck, dude? I told you, I told you that I was making elves first, and you went and made dwarves. Like, no, man, that's not part of the plan. Like, my creation has to come first." And Aule's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. I'm going to destroy these. My bad." Because unlike Melkor, Aule did feel bad about it. And Eru Ilúvatar said, "It's cool. Like, look, I get it. You were excited. I'll tell you what. Don't destroy the dwarves. Okay. I will give them life. I am the only thing in existence that can give things life. But we're going to put them to sleep. Okay. We're going to put them to sleep under the mountains, and they have to wait until my elves wake up, because I've got this whole thing planned out, and the elves have to be first. Look, the elves are my Mary Sue. The elves have to be I can't have the dwarves there first. I'm super sorry." Okay. So Aule says, "Okay, cool." And he makes his dwarves, and he makes 7 dwarves. They are the 7 fathers of the dwarves, which are the 7 great clans of the dwarves. And he puts them to sleep under the mountains. All right. And the elves awake, and they do all their stuff and everything else. And eventually the dwarves awake. And the first dwarf who awakes is named Durin. And Durin awakes on Mount Gundabad, or under Mount Gundabad. And he roams. Actually, we can go to a map here. Oh, we're nerding out hard today, aren't we? He wakes up in Mount Gundabad, and
what they awoke in the darkness of Khazad-dûm. Shadow and flame.
Jeff Okamura tipped $10. Keep up the LOTR love.
Thank you, Jeff Okamura. And by the way, thank you, Damien. I appreciate you for supporting my nerd love. There's very few things that's so tied into. But again, I don't have my teleprompter, so it's harder for me to tell when people get up there. So thank you, Damien, and thank you, Jeff. So he wakes up in Mount Gundabad, under Mount Gundabad. That's where Durin wakes up, and he's a dwarf, and so he roams and he heads south, and he's walking along the mountains. And these are the Misty Mountains, by the way. So he's wandering the Misty Mountains. He's walking the Misty Mountains. He's going south, and he's just making his way down the mountain, making his way downtown, right? And he's going south, and keeps going south, keeps going south, keeps going south, keeps going south, keeps going south. And then he comes to this dale, this large vale here in the mountains. and he stopped because it's got this lake, and he stops and he looks in the lake, and the lake is completely still. And in the lake, he looks, and through the depths, he can see above him a crown of 7 stars. And he takes this as a sign from, above and the Valar that, he is the rightful, he was the first dwarf to awaken. He is the rightful ruler. He is the king of all dwarves. He has a crown of 7 stars, blessed, if you will, but kind of a divine right type of thing. And he decides that upon this rock, I will build my church. And so he literally turns around, and there are some natural caves, and that's where he begins to build his kingdom. And Khazad-dûm basically means dwarf's mansion, the mansions of the dwarves, the halls of the dwarves. So that is what the Mirror is, and that's how the history of Moria began. And so, and then many thousands of years later, they all got killed. Good stuff. So there's little details that they put in these One Ring books that are just so awesome because, like they put this. They didn't have to put this. This iconography. Again, this is the symbol of the House of Durin and his line, and it's just so cool that they put this in here. So what do we get in this book? Well, for starters, we get a little bit of history. Now, one of the problems with the One Ring game is they don't have actual technical rights to talk about the First Age and the Second Age, I believe. So they mentioned some of the history that I've been talking about, but it's very, very light, and that's okay because you don't really need to know any of this. Then they have a section about how you might use Moria, and I think we'll talk about how this functions as a game. A gameplay place. Because, you may be watching my Shadow Deep and you go, oh, that's the same thing. No, like the modern TTRPG understanding of a mega dungeon, I think is very, very different from what Moria is and how you would do it. Then we have some rules for journeying in Moria. And then we have some bestiary with some orcs and other stuff. And then we get a bunch of an entire chapter called The Mansions of the Dwarves. And like a lot of the other One Ring products, these are basically just locations. You can think of them as mini adventures. And they are just, kind of these hallmark called landmarks, these kind of hallmark locations where you can have these kind of moments. Now, it's not part of some big mega campaign. There is no story here. There is no great connection. In fact, if anything, this place is very much a big sandbox. It talks about the different bands of orcs. And by the way, I hope you like orcs, because about the only thing that lives in Moria, aside from, a giant Balrog, are orcs for the most part. But they're not all universal. There's different orcs that exist inside of Moria. And obviously the game creators took a little bit of what I'll say creative liberties. But you essentially have different fronts and you have different groups. And they again, took some creative liberties to put a little bit more, people who are interested in Moria and some additional stuff. That was never part of Tolkien's canon, but it makes it a lot more interesting and it makes it a lot more playable. It's one of those things where it says, well, Tolkien never said there wasn't this, so we can go for that. So there's a lot of pages with these locations. And then at the end, we get an appendix with some information for if you want to do some historical recreations. For example, you could set your campaign set a little bit more in the future when Balin, that's right, Balin from the Hobbit. You remember like the old graybeard dwarf that was kind of like Thorin's second in command? Well, in the books, in the canon, years later, he goes and tries to retake Moria. He's the, it's his tomb, Balin's tomb. It's his tomb that they find in the chamber of Marzabal that, Gimli's crying over, where they fight the cave troll and stuff like that, because obviously it did not end that well for him. But they also have a little bit of like a page or two on Gandalf came to Moria, as did Aragorn at some point before the Fellowship of the Ring. They have a whole 2 pages just on Mithril. They also give us a new ancestry, which is the Dwarves of Nogrod and Belagost, which are ancient dwarf kingdoms that fell in the First Age, and then they left their homeland, which was devastated, and came to Khazad-dûm. And then, where we're really going to take a lot of time is looking at the solo play rules. So now, the One Ring already created some solo plays rules. It's called Strider mode, and I have not taken a look at them, but my understanding is primarily the idea is that you are playing as, Strider, historically, Aragorn. The Rangers of the Dunedain tend to wander the wilderness alone. And so the idea is it's a way to play the One Ring with a solo play version. This is a separate set of rules that I understand is much more in-depth. As you can see, it is almost 40 pages long. And it's designed for you to make a dwarf champion, a dwarf hero, who leads a band of dwarves on missions into Moria. And this is what I want to try to understand and play and maybe see if we can adapt it so that it's a way that I could play with chat, especially if this thing started fucking working. So eventually we'll have to figure that out. When does this book assume that your game is set? Between The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings? Yes, exactly. Between The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. In this book, like Frodo hasn't been born yet. So it's about 44, 45 years, give or take, before Fellowship of the Ring. Before the start of Fellowship of the Ring, I should say. So we got a lot of information, a lot of lore dumps. And I like, lore can be fine. But what I really appreciate about this book is that the lore, again, let's talk about the history of this game. It's a whopping, 10 pages? Yeah, it's 6 pages. Most of this book is these 3 or 4 page adventure spreads with maps, keyed locations, interesting things, reasons you might go there. And again, none of these landmarks are, it's not like it's part of an adventure path. So I think that's really, really neat as a way to sort of, highlight how useful this could be as a way to sort of really provide a sandbox. So they talk about the history, a lot of the stuff that we just talked about here. And again, they don't go super deep into the lore of this, but here you go. It's 40 miles. The mines run north from the city, about 20 miles. They head about 10 miles to the south, but also the caves twist and writhe and go all over the place. We didn't talk about this, but in Moria, when the level of the gate, and not Durin's door. Durin's door is sort of like a back door for their friends to come visit them. The main gate of Moria is the East Gate. That is called the first level. Everything above that is called the second level, the third level, the fourth level, the fifth level, the sixth level, the seventh level. And then everything below that is called a deep. So they call it the first deep, the second deep. So first deep is like basement 1. Second deep is like basement 2. And so on and so forth and so forth. And you can see here, the city extended to the 12th level and the 9th deep. But there were tunnels and outposts that went higher and deeper. They're talking about proper levels. So, you're talking about 21 levels of this city. And then you could even go deeper and higher than that. They're just, at that point, they're more like, little outposts, not proper suburbs or cities. So it's a tremendously huge area. So we have here a timeline and a history of what happened to Moria. And here's a sort of approximation of what the gates look like. These gates. And we can see here that the year of the current One Ring campaign is 2965. So it says, after the deaths of so many goblins at Erebor is the Lonely Mountain, the Battle of the Five Armies, some heroes risk entering Moria again, the present day for purposes of this guide. And you can see here that it's not until 3019 that the Fellowship enters Moria. So the Fellowship isn't going to enter Moria for some, 55 years. So that's how far in the past we are. And that's it. That's all they tell us about the timeline of Moria, right? Like, we don't need to get super into the deeps. Again, Free League has just knocked it out of the park with the art here. I mean, this is just such a cool, evocative piece showing these people, traversing in the ancient dark of Moria. But then, in this full art spread, we can see that they're being watched by goblins, in the distance. It's so cool. So, couple of things here. Let's talk about how do you use this in your game. And I think there's a couple of ways to view this. One could be that you could have part of a bigger, broader game of Moria, or of the One Ring, right? So you might have a campaign that, goes all over Eriador and, goes everywhere from Anu Minas to Ruldar to Rivendell, and yes, potentially down to Moria. So this could just be one part of your saga and your campaign. And maybe your group does many quests in Moria, or maybe they don't, because Moria is really scary and evil. But that's one option. And another option could be a campaign focused on Moria, where you have a slower, more methodical approach. And I think that's really, really cool to the way that the game works, because you could have one option and you could have multiple options for how you play it. Also remember that the One Ring is set using this idea of quests, and there's a strong motivation in the game that your characters will have a group of patrons who will basically be giving them a quest, and it's linear in that way. Now, that's not to say that the players can't have their agency, let's say, during a fellowship phase, but there is a sort of element to the game that sort of assumes that the heroes aren't necessarily just only off, doing whatever they want for whatever reason, right? They are important to important people who are giving them direction and giving them wisdom and giving them knowledge. And as player heroes, not player characters, this game calls them player heroes, they are going to be incentivized to potentially want to help out their patrons in this way. So this can, again, be a very strong source for this. So Beowulf says, it's hard to think of how to play in Moria before the death of the Balrog. You make any noise and you're chased by armies of orcs, which then summons Durin's Bane. Well, the couple of things here, Beowulf. Number one, that is not the case. Durin's Bane is one Balrog in a 800 square mile dungeon. The truth of the matter is, one of the reasons that Gandalf was so hesitant to go through Moria is because he knew that he would draw the Balrog to him because of his power and because of his ring of power. So a normal creature, because again, the orcs are just as likely to be killed by the Balrog as they are anything else. The Balrog does not serve Sauron. Remember, the Balrog and the Sauron are both Maya. Okay, they are both servants of Morgoth. Kendall, that's a great point. Not to mention Frodo had the One Ring. So you have one of the greatest, you have the One Ring, and you have one of the rings of power being held by Ishtari, a Maya, going through Moria. So the Balrog in some ways was sort of attracted like a moth to a flame to the Fellowship. That was why it was so dangerous. That's not to say that Moria isn't any less dangerous. Secondly, this game presupposes that if you were trying to do this, say 30 or 40 years ago, it would have been suicide. But this game assumes that the Battle of the Five Armies, called right when the orcs and the goblins brought their armies and their wargs to the Rovanian, to the Battle of the Battle of Five Armies, that they brought out thousands, tens of thousands of orcs from the mountains, and they were killed. And the elves and the humans and the dwarves teamed up, and they basically kicked the orc and goblins' ass. So there's this idea that, in a way, Moria has never been safer in that respect. And I think there's a point to be made that said, yeah, probably it is, because so many of the orcs and goblins were killed. and we're scattered, right, and are leaderless and are sort of running around. So again, this is very practical information. The thing is, you can't think of Moria as a dungeon. It's not. Moria is as much a dungeon as this map of Eriador is. Okay? So this thing here is a location map of various cool locations to visit and travel to. And Moria is very much like this. So to that end, Moria is very much, I think, a point crawl. It is the idea. Now, remember, one of the things that the One Ring talks about in its rules is it's not a hex crawl. Okay? It's not a hex crawl. In the One Ring, before you go out on a quest, you pick your journey. And it basically says, and to pick a journey, you have to know where you're going. There is no like players, scrolling back and forth through Rudar looking for interesting shit. That is not how the One Ring RPG works. The journey rules assume that your characters are headed from Rivendell to Weathertop, where you will take a few days rest before setting out north, okay, to to an ancient Dunedain fortress at the edge of the North Downs. And we are going to represent that journey from Weathertop to North Downs using a journey scene. We are not going to play it out hex by hex. So the same thing is true with Moria. If you start going into Moria thinking that you're going to be sitting here dungeon delving this, I mean, number one, the scale of this isn't even accurate, right? Like there was somebody who didn't understand maps. I don't remember who it was. Somebody was like, that map's really weird because like really the Weather Hills only have 9 hills. And I was like, wait, what are you talking about? They're like, well, there's only like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's only like a dozen hills in the Weather Hills. And I'm like, no, that's not a literal map. Like, the Trollshaws have more than 30 trees. Right. So same thing is true with Moria. This isn't, it's easy to think of this in like, as if this was on a dungeon map. It's not. Each of these quote unquote hallways might be, what you would normally call a mega dungeon, right? They could be a suburb. They could be an entire area of dwarves, of dozens of massive chambers, hundreds of smaller rooms down each one of these corridors, right? It's not a literal representation of that. Something like this, one of the big halls is like, again, the size of multiple stadiums put together. It is almost a city. It's almost like a city unto itself in a wider kingdom. So you can't really dungeon delve this. And so the game doesn't try to. And I think that's the one of the keys that you have to do is that if the players, for whatever reason, enter Moria, and let's say they do so through the doors of Durin here on the western side of Moria, they are doing so with a location in mind and some relative idea of how to get there. Maybe a scrap of ancient map or a patron who told them something or, whatever, a note from Gandalf or whatever, because you're not going to just be wandering the dungeon looking for shit and kicking it over. You're going to be doing targeted strikes, getting in and getting out. And so you have to be, prepared for that kind of, mentality. So again, why might you come here? Well, the game talks about, and I like it. It's very GM friendly. It could be that you're searching for treasure. And then it gives us a list of potential patrons who might be good for that. It could be, so we have information about what kind of treasure and stealing from the orcs and finding legendary pieces of dwarven, ancient dwarven legacies. There might be rival thieves. You might be searching for Mithril. And if you remember, when we made one of my example characters during the One Ring, I made a dwarf scholar, right? A craftsman who was obsessed with the legend of Mithril and was obsessed with the idea of finding Mithril and maybe one day getting to work at it, which he viewed as it was the true legacy, right, of his people. So again, Mithril is sort of like the unobtainium. It is the magical MacGuffin material of the One Ring of Middle Earth. So yeah, very valuable, very useful. It could be that, you know, you kind of have a fellowship type situation where the players have to take the road underneath the mountain instead of going over it. And this could be more of like a one-shot journey as your players travel under the mountains. It could be a vengeance run, right? You know, the orcs have been beaten. Now I want to finish it, right? To reclaim for the glory of your people, especially if you're a dwarf. But maybe you're an elf, and maybe, you know, your family was killed by an orc chieftain who has since retreated into Moria. And you're like, I will follow him into the depths of even hell to extract my vengeance. And, you know, they give us a cool table here for possible targets for your vengeance. We got a D6 chief, you know, here. So we can see here everything from Malek One Eye to Granny Goblin. And we have information about that. And then, of course, information about ring lore. And so one of the things that they kind of hint at in this book, which is made up, but they made it up for the book, is basically that so going back to the map here really quick, the creation of the Rings of Power was only possible because of Mithril, okay? And this city right here, Austin Ethel, which basically means Fortress of the Elves, was created by Celebrimbor specifically because it was so close to Moria, all right? And he wanted to make some really badass magic items. And he knew that to do that, he needed to be close to the source. So this city of the elves was built here. This whole elven land, which is called a region, was built here specifically to trade with the dwarves and to trade to acquire Mithril. And Celebrimbor, again, and the elves, they were very friendly at this point during the Second Age. However, this book presumes that knowledge of ringcraft wasn't strictly a product of the elves of a region, that some of it was Dwarven doing, and that the dwarves themselves were also doing some experiment in ring lore. And so there's kind of like a possible option here where maybe there's another ring of power, which is kind of cool. It's kind of a minor spoiler alert, but you know, it's not really written in stone, but it is kind of suggested and hinted at here. So, you know, what is, you know, they talk about Moria and some of the patrons that you might encounter. These are the important NPCs who might be the people who sponsor and support the party in their quests. And just like we saw in the main book where we had like Gandalf and Bilbo Baggins and Círdan the shipwright and Elrond half-elven, here we have different patrons who offer different advantages to your groups. For example, if you get Frora, she is a rich dwarven princess, and apparently her ability is the Wealth of Erebor. So she must come from the Lonely Mountain, and she gains 5 points of treasure, or you gain 5 points of treasure for each player hero in the company when you choose the Meet Patron undertaking to visit her. So basically, she can load you up with coin and lots of treasure. But there's also Mjolnir and Guldi and Eben and Daza. And so there's all sorts of different NPCs in here, which you can use as patrons or motivations for encountering. So very Dwarven, very Moria specific patrons for use. Again, just the gorgeousness of the artwork continues. Like, again, we can see here one of these wonderful wonderful illustrations, and I just love the way that they're laid out. But little things like another example of the House of Durin's rune being put here, and even look at the heading of the page, right, in the border, right. You've got this very runic dwarven runic script. You've got again the symbol of Durin in the top cover. The runes here on the left in the inscription, you can see, right, the sort of the dwarves and their war axes, and we can see dwarven runes, not Tengwar runes, right, not elven runes. We've got dwarven runes for a dwarven book. So it's just these little touches, these minor details that they've just done so good at. Look at this. This is awesome. Null of the Iron Hills. So this would be perfect for that dwarf character. What do you mean? Bavos. So Null of the Iron Hills. Many secrets of metallurgy and smithcraft were lost in the fall of Moria, and none feel this more keenly than Null. She is an ancient dwarf woman, famed for her skill in the smithy. She descends from the dwarves of Belagost, and she served the lords of the Iron Hills for many centuries. She forged the axe that took the head of Azog and the armor worn by Nain, son of Gror. But always she knew that the mastery of her craft was lacking compared to smiths of old. When she reached her 275th year, she declared she intended to make a pilgrimage to the halls of Durin and touch the works of the ancients with her own hands. So she declared that she wants to recover the lost secrets of the smiths of Moria before she dies, and the only place that could be done is here. That's almost exactly what my character wanted to do. So very cool, which is awesome. And, that's pretty cool. Like, look, she can give you like temporary bonus magic items or bonus reward gear, which is really cool. But it's not just dwarves. We also have information here about other NPCs who might be involved. People like Haldir of Lorien. We've got some humans. We've got their interaction with other men, potentially thieves. They have a sidebar here about how some of the other patrons from the core book might introduce, like Gandalf of Gilraen or Bilbo. So again, just talking about how Moria fits into it. Mephi, oh, nice, Mephi. Mephi says, Nal is just great. Had so much fun searching Moria for Mithril for her. I mean, that sounds awesome. That sounds great. Edward, it does suck if they're going to lose the license, by the way. Bodwick, by the way, sorry if I'm missing chat, but I don't have my normal thing, so maybe it'll kick in at some point. Let's see. Bodwick says, the Moria book is probably my favorite book to release in years. It's gorgeous and just so well done. Glad to see you covering it. Absolutely. And yeah, Casey, that's right. The river is not blocked up at this time. So there's not a flooded pool. There's no watcher in the water on the western gates of Moria. Beowulf's like, can you zoom in a bit? I want to pirate the material. Wait a second. Hold on. Something may have just happened. We had a crash. Wait one. I'll be right back. Hey, look at that. It's just crazy, right? When it crashes, it works. Who knows? It's the craziest thing ever. Oh, I feel like we delved too greedily. That's exactly right. Yeah, we're back, baby. We're back. Now we can go all night. Now we can go to midnight. I was gonna be like, I gotta end it at 9. I can't do this without my thing. It is so weird. By the way, the reason it happens is YouTube has its own problem and Chrome has its own problems. And obviously my computer has a ton of RAM, but like Chrome will have like a memory error and my YouTube page will crash. It'll say tab or page ran memory leak error, and it'll be blank. And that's when sometimes I'll lose the YouTube chat, but keep the Twitch chat. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? How sometimes the YouTube chat will stop going to the feed. That's because YouTube crashed in Chrome. Then when I refresh the YouTube page and the chat refreshes, that's the crash I'm talking about. It's such a weird combination. Yeah. Damien, we were talking about rights. Yeah. So again, Middle Earth has historically been a clusterfuck of rights. And now Middle Earth Enterprises is owned by the Embrasure Group. And so Embrasure Group owns Fantasy Flight Games. They also own Edge Studios. And if Edge Studios starts producing books from the One Ring, I'm going to fucking riot and lose my mind. Free League has done such a good job with this license and such a good job with these books. They've been producing books at a fucking clipping pace. Yeah. Unfortunately, this extension that I use is for Chrome. So, I mean, the Tolkien estate wanted to get paid for in perpetuity forever and ever and ever and ever. We talked about, again, the scale of time of these things. 1,000 years have passed since the fall of Khazad-dûm. More than 30 generations of mortal men. Long enough for memories to pass into story, for story to become legend, and for legend to be forgotten entirely. Even among the dwarves, a full 10 kings of Durin's line have lived and died without setting foot in the king's hall. Of living beings, only the elves remember the wonder of the northern world in all of its lamp-lit glory. The Shire itself was founded only 300 years prior to the fall of Moria. So, the entirety of the Shire is almost as old as Khazad-dûm has been just empty. So, to that end, we've got a book here for some rumors. These are false rumors if you fail a lore roll. Now, normally, Derek is against these type of fake news in RPGs. I don't like lying to the players. However, because this is so old and so ancient, and I like it as more of like it's more of a, it's obviously nonsense. And well, hopefully, luckily, your players knowing what they know, it's kind of a metagamey thing, right? Like we all know what Durin's Bane is. Remember, at this time and place, number one, nobody knows what Durin's Bane even is. Number one, most people don't even know anything's in Moria other than orcs and goblins. Full stop. The dwarves, some dwarves, know something of the legend of Durin's Bane. They know that there is a great evil that sleeps in the darkness of Khazad-dûm, that they awoke. But they don't know, and they don't know what it is. Even if they did know what it was, they wouldn't know what to call it. They're like, oh, it's a fallen angel from the beginning of time. They don't know that. So for most people, when they say this, Moria, it's a roost of orcs and goblins. There's nothing there but evil and orcs. That is a false rumor. That's what you get if you fail your lore roll. I don't consider that lying to the player. Like this one, Moria, it's just a tale the dwarves made up. A vision from eating too many cave mushrooms. Obviously, your players know that Moria is real. You're holding the fucking Moria book and you've got the map out in front of you. But I think this is more of like, you didn't get anything useful, but here's a little bit of, fun FBT. Now, on the other hand, you can, on a successful, get useful rumors. And if you get icons, if you get a good lore check, you can even get information to find to have locations of how to get to some of the famous landmarks. So in this book, things are listed as either being famous, obscure, or hidden. And so there's an idea that some of the locations to reach are, much more prominent, right? The first hall is a massive cathedral city of the dwarves that's like the size of, many, 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 many city blocks. It's a massive, structure. That's what you have to succeed at a lore roll with a Tengwar icon, which means you needed to roll a 6. But if you get an obscure roll, if you get 2 or more of those icons, you might even be able to find some of these more obscure places. And only if you roll a Gandalf rune on the double 6s do you get knowledge of one of the hidden landmarks. So there's this idea here of these layers, even within Moria, right? that just knowing where the King's Hall is and having some idea of how to reach that. And that's, by the way, like, that'd be like, I don't know, a couple hundred years from now, you know, somebody's like in the ruins of America, or maybe 10 years from now in the ruins of what was once America, you know, knowing what Washington, D.C. is and maybe some of the roads, how to get there. You know, that's, you have to not only succeed at the check, you also have to roll at least 1/6 to get that information. Okay. So, and that's like the capital, if you will, of Khazad-dûm. And so just even being able to find, because here's the thing, finding even a gigantic chamber like the King's Hall is, you're talking about 800 square miles of catacomb, labyrinthine, dungeon, kingdom cities with 12 levels and 12 levels, 10 deeps, right? So we're talking about 21, 22 different levels, each of which could potentially be hundreds of square miles. So even finding something massive like the King's Hall or the First Hall is, you know, a huge deal. So to find anything beyond that requires some serious lore and some serious knowledge. Oh yes, I'm no 10 years. No. I'm assuming that by the time we get to 10 years, people will be like, you know, it'll be a wasteland, and like there will only be a rumor of a place that was once called, you know, Washington, D.C. It'll now be called the Capital District. And, you know, us here in District 8 will send our annual tithe to the Hunger Games. That's a great point, Sephret. New York City is like 300 square miles. This place is huge. Absolutely. It is unmistakably massive. Now, there are some points to be made too, which is that it's not, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not homogenous. The eastern side of Moria is much older, and that's where most of the city structures are built, here in the east. As you go to the west, you get more, these are more of, when people talk about the mines of Moria, this is the part that they're talking about. The more like this is the kind of the outlands, the Wild West of Moria. Now, they did start a colony on the far, far western side of the mountains called West Moria. You could think of this as almost like a, you know, another big city. You know, if the Dwarrowdelf is, you know, Washington, D.C., this is like Chicago or something here on the west. But in between is where all the mines were. So all this stuff here, this was mostly mining and mines and mining and mining and mining. So same thing with all these passages and deeps down underneath. This is all where the mines were. All right. So we got some cool locations and rumors and cool ways for people to generate that stuff. All right. This I did read on a preview, which I thought was good. Moria is not a fortress of the enemy being Sauron, like Barad-dûr or Minas Morgul. It is not a dungeon brimming with traps and monsters. There are traps and monsters here, but for the most part, Moria is empty. It is a ruined city, endless and bleak, the air heavy with melancholic gloom. Exploring Moria is not a madcap adventure that bounces from one weird to encounter to the next. For the most part, it is a cold march through a dark place, silent and lonely as a grave. Fear and gloom should be the campaign's dominant moods. And boy, doesn't that just get you excited to play this game? Just, you know, awesome. Madcap adventure, get that out of here. I want depression. I want the silence of the grave. I want fear and gloom and tidings of woe. The challenge, and I like when game books speak to you very directly in this way. The challenge for the lore master then is cultivating this mood without your game becoming dull or repetitive. Endlessly describing empty rooms filled with dust and rubble quickly bores any player. And filling the game with combat encounters and hazards makes Moria seem too crowded. So I think there's a lot to take away here. Number one, this is why I say in my mega dungeons, okay, I want to avoid empty rooms filled with dust and rubble. And I want to have the place filled with encounters and hazards because I want there to be a lot of density. That's why I say I don't think Moria is a mega dungeon. It is a wilderness. It just happens to be underground and comprised of passages. But it is more like a sandbox, hex crawl in that way, than it is a mega dungeon. So one of the things they talk about is, and I think this is such a cool idea, is instead, for each expedition into Moria, so every time the group goes into Moria again, pick a theme and develop that theme through the course of that journey, right? Aim for an emotional impression instead of a rote litany of regions, right? Focus on the emotional impact rather than being like, and now you're passing through the 22nd hall, and now you're headed up into the great stairs, and now you're traveling down the straight road, and now you come to the chamber of Marzabul, right? That is how you make this boring. And so they said, in fact, we recommend picking 2 of the themes below, one from each category. One category focuses on the city as it was, on the wonders of Khazad-dûm, and the other on the perils of the present ruin. Each theme also includes suggestions to build your scenes and journeys around. So I thought the movie did a fantastic job with the entire sequence of Moria. When, they are in this horrendous place. This is no mine, this is a tomb. And Gandalf is alone aware that somewhere in the depths there's a Balrog. And even he goes, let me risk a little more light, right? Or when they're going through the mines and, he shows them, the wealth of Moria was not in jewels or silver, but in Mithril, and they talk about the wonder of an age there, Thorin gave Bilbo a shirt of mithril rings. And Gimli goes, oh, that is a kingly gift. I never told him, but its worth was worth more than all of the Shire, right? Kendall says, it's hard to beat the charge of the Rohirrim. You are correct. But for one of the things that can do it for me is for nearly beats it is the Dwarrowdelf reveal. Yes. When Gandalf goes, behold, the lost realm of Dwarrowdelf, right? Which is basically the common version of Khazad-dûm. Dwarrowdelf basically means underground city. And this massive structure that we just don't even have a modern analog to. And I've been in some pretty big, impressive buildings, but just to see something like that carved out of the living rock, and the music swells. And there's a moment of hope right before, Gimli finds out that all of his people are dead. But, yeah. So if Moria is nothing but orcs and darkness, the tragedy is lost. Moria must have its faded grandeur and shattered glory too. The player heroes must want to return just one more time to see the halls of Durin again. I love the way that this book is written and the way it's talking to you. And again, focusing on these emotional beats. Like, for a game like this, there's other games, but for this game, you have to have this desire for the players to want to see this place. And I know that's crazy in a tabletop role-playing game, but it can't be about XP or leveling up. This is about that feeling. If you've ever played an MMO, I have, where you go into a new zone. And yeah, there's a quest hub and there's all sorts of exclamation points above people's quest hubs. And, there's a group trying to get together for a dungeon run. And you just spend hours exploring the zone. And maybe there's some dangerous parts of the zone that you shouldn't go to yet, but you're trying to sneak around and trying to get a look, You know, you're trying to fill in some of your map. I think that these moments can be really awesome in games. And I haven't played any, a lot of these big open world games as much. Like I haven't played Breath of the Wild or Elden Ring or, any of those games. But that joy of discovery can be an important, element. And for Moria, that's so important. This idea that there's a melancholy to all of Tolkien's work that basically says men are taking over and the world used to be awesome and now it sucks. But remember when shit was cool? That's the feeling I get, For those of you who've played World of Warcraft, there is a really cool dungeon in the Badlands I think it's called Uldaman. And it is an ancient ruin. And basically, while you go through this dungeon, you kind of uncover the history of the dwarves. Shocker, they basically ripped off of Tolkien. But it's such a cool dungeon because you feel like you are unraveling the secrets of your people. And I think that's such a cool moment when a game can get you into that point, And yeah, it's cool. Like we can award, XP and stuff like that for it and all that other cool stuff. But this is a different motivation than role playing. This is a different motivation than combat. This is a different motivation than, some of those other things that we have. This is really a focus on that desire to see and to explore and to experience, which I think is really, really cool. So I agree, Edward. I think it's great advice. Jordan says, in my solo play, my Dunedain was sent by Gandalf to send a message to Balin. Then there was a mission to retrieve captives from the orcs. Then a mission to find clean water and set up a second base camp. Sounds very cool. Beowulf says, you need a GM that is a Lord of the Rings nut and great at descriptions so that you can truly visualize it and feel what it's like to be there. I will say yes and no, because while you may have a GM who is a Lord of the Rings nut, people know what feelings are, People know what feelings are. Does Tolkien ever explain how the first 7 dwarf fathers were able to procreate? Nope. Nope, no, he does not. Jake says, do they, Derek? Do they? So here are some secrets. Like so again, it says like, pick a couple of themes, right? Like one of them might be a theme of wonder. So you might talk about the vast and intricate beyond imagination. The dark and secret ways that journey through the dungeon. Show them cool art. I don't know. The ancient work of giants, piles of golds and jewel, the land where our fathers worked of old, the city reclaimed. So there's this idea of, picking a couple of these things and really, really highlighting these different elements. You don't have to do all of them. Just pick one of these themes of wonder and say, hey, on this expedition, I really want to focus on, the secrets and how this was a hidden kingdom, right? Buried beneath the mountains. There are innumerable secrets to be uncovered here, and the travelers can pass unseen along these roles. Think of the player heroes as explorers or archaeologists, entering a tomb that has been undisturbed for centuries. The flickering light of their torches illuminates wondrous things, treasures of the ancient world. Have them find a stunning vista, a secret window that looks out over the mountains, or a bridge, or a shaft that plunges into the depths, or a chamber still lit by ancient lamps of glowing crystal. So this idea of discovery, and maybe you're the first people that have ever been here. You don't necessarily need to know your Tolkien lore to describe that. Secret doors, hidden passages, finding secret ways around this ancient labyrinthine location gives you this sense of, wow, this isn't just like walking along, the road to Bree. This is a different experience. But also to focus on themes of sorrow and fear, the long and lonely dark. Arda marred, which is, the world. Arda means the world. Toil and hunger. There is no safe place. The triumph of the enemy and horrors beyond knowledge. And by the way, if you want to get, this was, by the way, the closest we got to Cthulhu in Lord of the Rings, for those of you who don't know this. You get a hint of this with the Watcher in the water, but Gandalf, when he's describing fighting the Balrog, we fought far under the living earth where time is not counted. Ever he clutched me, and ever I hewed him, till at last he fled into dark tunnels. They were not made by Durin's folk, Gimli, son of Glóin. Far, far below the deepest delvings of the dwarves, the world is gnawed by nameless things. Even Sauron knows them not. They are older than he. So there's this idea that Moria goes so dark and so deep into the earth that there are basically, for lack of better words, Lovecraftian monsters and horrors out of time that basically predate, even the angels and demons and Sauron and all this other stuff. And even Gandalf doesn't know what they are, neither does Sauron. And just because they're evil doesn't mean that they serve Sauron. So there's this kind of, if you want to take it one level more, you can make it even more horrifying. That's correct. Shelob is the spawn of Ungoliant. Okay. And Ungoliant, Eru Iluvatar did not create Ungoliant. Ungoliant came from out of time and space, out of the void. She was a being of darkness from the nothing. So, if there's this idea that there are these primordial evils in Tolkien's world that don't necessarily, they kind of defy explanation. By the way, just another banger piece of art. Very, very Fellowship of the Ring coded. We've got, goblins and orcs, cave troll bursting in through an ancient dwarven door. We're already fighting. We've got dwarf with axe. We've got elf or human maybe with bow. A staunch hobbit holding a torch aloft. Everything about this piece of art is banger, including the style, including the painterliness of it. Also, I'm prone to the term Journeys in the Dark because that is what the name of Descent was. Descent, Journeys in the Dark. It's one of my favorite board games of all time. Shout out Descent. All right. They have a cave troll. So here we get mechanics. We get rules. So when a company enters Moria with the intention of reaching a known location or to travel through the ruins to exit the opposite way, we use the journey rules to travel. So right off the bat, remember how when we were doing overland journeying, we don't literally go hex by hex. We use the journey rules where the players basically draw a map and they say, okay, we're going to travel from Weathertop, and I'm going to draw my little map. Let's travel to the west of the Weather Hills. We're going to travel from the Weathertop up the western side of the Weather Hills, all the way past Fornost to this location. And the players basically kind of, quote unquote, draw a map. They draw their little Indiana Jones line. All right. And then you, as the game master, they make some checks, and that's how often, and I want to really highlight something. This is kind of going back to the One Ring. Okay. The Fellowship or the company leaves Weathertop. They set out, they draw their path. And again, the idea is that the adventurers in One Ring are skilled enough that they have a basic knowledge of where things are in Eriador. So they get access to this map. Well, on the back of this book, there is another map, which is the game master's map. Okay. So when the players draw their map, you will know what hexes that map or what hexes that path crosses through. So we can see here that this the green area is basically safe. The yellow area is neutral, and the brown area is trouble. So potentially, our group may have actually potentially maybe even had a safer journey if they had left Weathertop to go to the east and had passed along the Weather Hills to the eastern side of the Weather Hills. So if their path took them through these areas to the areas of the North Downs, they would have crossed through less of this sort of orange area. Again, I'm colorblind. I could tell the differences. But by passing to the west, right, they stay here in this more dangerous coded zone. The thing is, if you were playing this in Forbidden Lands, okay, another hex crawl survival game by Free League, every hex would involve a skill check. Your guide would have to make a check to see, okay, how did you do through this hex? And then you would march from one hex into the next hex. And then you would make another check to see if you can lead the way. And then you would end up in this hex. And that was day one of travel. Then somebody would have to make a camp check, and you have to set up a camp. Then other party members might go and hunt. They might go and do other things. They're all going to make checks. And then finally, there's going to be the nighttime, and there might be some random encounters. And that was your first day of travel, right? You traveled 2 hexes. You made, 8 to 10 rolls, and rinse, repeat until you get where you're going. That is not how journeys work in the One Ring. Instead, your guide makes a check. And depending on how well they do, it basically says how many days until you have some sort of special event. We assume that your hunters are hunting and they are bringing in you food. We assume that your guides are guiding you. We assume that you're making camp. We assume all these things. And so let's say that your guide makes the check. You might not have an event until the 5th day, in which case, basically, we gotta go, for several long days, you travel in the shadow of the Weather Hills until finally, as evening approaches on the end of the 5th day, as you reach the end of those ancient ruined-topped mountains or ruined-topped hills, blank, blank, blank event occurs, and we roll. So the way that the One Ring does it is, instead of it being a hex by hex by hex by hex crawl, you might have a journey. You might have 1 or 2 or 3 events on a particularly long journey. The only thing it really determines is how often, how many of them do you have. So it's very, very simplistic. So that journey rule is used in Moria. Okay. So when the company journeys underground, its members must assume the traveling roles normally, with the exception of Hunter. Normally, when you're traveling over land, somebody takes the role of Hunter. While it is assumed that in the course of a normal journey, hunters in the company augment and replenishing whatever supplies they have brought with them, there are no such opportunities in Moria. Hey, what's up, Jace? Loving the Tolkien nerd out. All right, I appreciate it. Now, of course, AGM is from New Zealand, so he's basically 80% a Hobbit already. He basically grew up in the Misty Mountains, so. So thank you so much. Great Deanie says, this would be the dumbass, boring adventure Lord of the Rings TTRPG I would love. Anyone want to play me with the hex by hex by hex by hex? Yeah, that's a great question. Now, Edward, let me be clear about something here. I don't mind the hex by hex exploration in a survival hexploration game, which is what Forbidden Lands is. To be clear, it does create a lot of rolls, especially for your guide. That's the one thing I don't like, is that you just generate a lot of rolls, which is fine if they were just spread out amongst the party members. But whoever's your guide in Forbidden Lands does a lot of rolling. Like, I mean, a lot of rolling. Edward wants a poll. He says, never mind. Well, too late. It's done. Hey, Great Deanie Gaming. Thank you for the 5 community sub gifts. I don't know why that didn't trigger an event, but it should have. That is very, very nice of you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you a lot. That's awesome. Fantastic. Shout out. Get your little prize. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Right back at you, my friend. Strong, strong, strong.
I am strong. Strong. Strong.
I will only say that when it comes to Lord of the Rings, I am really happy with Journey to Levent because I want to get where I'm going. Awesome. Well, thank you, Great Deanie. I appreciate you so much. But it can be fun. I mean, I've talked about hex crawls in the past about how I don't like blank hex crawls. Even when I do a hex crawl, I still want it to be where the players have a sense of it. If you've ever seen my Forbidden Lands map in Foundry, then you know how I like doing things. So anyways, in Moria, when we go into, so as a reminder, in a journey rule, let's go back to the One Ring. If we're in a journey phase, or sorry, a journey scene, in a journey scene in the One Ring, if my PDF doesn't crash. Here we go. You have a guide, a hunter, a lookout, and a scout. So in Moria, you still have a guide, you still have a lookout, you still have a scout, but hunters are replaced with delvers because there is nothing to hunt in Moria. Hunters are instead replaced by delvers, whose function is to ensure the safety of the company, inspecting tunnels, monitoring environmental conditions, and in general, mitigating risks connected to the structures of an underground complex. Their defining skill is craft, whereas hunters is obviously the hunting skill. So when you go into Moria, a new skill set takes priority because, you know, you need to basically understand you need to understand architecture, and you need to understand traps and tunnels and collapse and all this other stuff. As finally, ponies and other beasts of burden will not accompany a company. That's so funny. Finally, ponies and other beasts of burdens will not accompany a company into the dark unless they are truly exceptional animals like a brie pony, or unless a player hero achieves a magical success on an enhearten roll. So we haven't really gotten into like the nitty gritty mechanics, but journeys can be very, very fatiguing for heroes. And mounts, horses, whether it's a beast of burden like a pony, or whether it's a horse, a proper horse, can do a tremendous job of alleviating the fatigue that a person gets while traveling overland. Shocking, right? And by the way, people have this really messed up idea of what traveling with a horse was like. I know Beowulf is here. He knows Pendragon. Like when a knight would travel, like they might have like 10 animals, and they'll have like pack horses, they'll have their riding horse, they'll have their war horse, they'll have their backup horse. Like, I mean, it's like it's a freaking stampede of horses. They'll have a person who's in their retinue just to take care of the horses. Long story short, horses, not just to ride, but just to carry shit, are very, very, very useful. Shocking. Unfortunately, they don't go into fucking mines. Now, Beowulf says, get yourself a pit pony. That is basically what a brie pony is, right? It's almost like a mule at that point, right? It's such a stout, resounding creature that it won't. Maybe Shadowfax would. Or if a player achieves a magical success on an enhearten roll, which is to say you have some sort of magical item, maybe an elf you know, could talk to could touch a horse and, I don't know, mind meld with it and get it to go into the long dark of Moria. But for the long part, you're going to be doing this without your usual aid of your horses. Okay. I love this sidebar. Unable to hunt in Moria, the members of the company are assumed to carry enough food and water to sustain them for the lengths of their subterranean explorations. Nah, fuck all that. If the lore master and players are interested in dwelling upon this sort of minutia, all player heroes must raise their load score by 4 points to represent the added burden of carrying extra food and water. Oh yeah, I'm doing that. Maybe not if they're doing a short delve, but if they're doing a long delve into Moria, I'm going to say you guys need to carry food and water. And we're not going to like track it day by day by day, minute by minute. But yeah, I think that'd be kind of fun for sure. Because again, if you're just going straight through across, if you're going straight from the left side to the right side and you know exactly where you're going, it could take 3 days. That's how long it took Gandalf, 3-4 days, right? Travel 40 miles underground, 3-4 days. But Gandalf is an ancient angelic being leading them. And so definitely knew his way better than most. They also had a dwarf with them, which I suppose is also of help. Most people are not going to be, and they were trying to go quickly, directly, and to the point. So they weren't like trying to like, you know, go find some ancient hidden, you know, armory of the dwarves. What's up, Roll for Combat? So should Derek stream from Roll for Combat HQ next week? Well, it all depends on how good the internet is in the Philadelphia Expo Hall. I can say this, I wouldn't have been able to do it at PAX because the only way I was able to get good cell phone reception in PAX was when we were out by the windows, right? That's when we did that one stream from that one eating area. But inside it was terrible. We have a side table here about the water in Moria in case the players, if you want to make, you know, a stream from your house. Well, how's the internet at your house? I'm just kidding. The problem is, well, I mean, I'd have to hang out with you there, I guess. Well, I mean, I don't know. When are we leaving on Wednesday? That's what it really, I guess it comes down to. Are we leaving Wednesday? You need to like send me an itinerary. please, gigabit. I have to decide what I'm bringing. That's the main thing because I'm not bringing. Okay, we're leaving Thursday. Okay. So we've got a random table if the players want to drink water. If you want to make that a thing, and you know, I think a proper failed roll could be like you guys are running out of water. You have to find water, and then when they find the water, you have to roll, and maybe the water is poisoned or polluted by orc filth. And only if you roll a Gandalf rune do you get pure drinkable water. So the journey sequence is a little bit different here. Using the Moria map, the company shows the lore master where they are headed. The lore master uses a ruler to convert that into a scale of miles. When measuring the distance the company must cover, they must consider that the road in Moria may wind much. To accommodate this, you can round up or even augment it by as much as 50%, especially if it involves climbing up or down. The lore master may double the measured distance. The journey drawn on the journey map must not necessarily conform to the itinerary. The only thing is that it requires. So basically, eyeball the distance. Then you make your tests. Now, normally this is how far you go. However, you make a travel roll. And if you fail the travel roll, you only go 2 miles before you roll an event. Now, remember, it's, you know, that scale was 40 miles end to end. So 2 miles might not be much of anything. If the travel roll is a success, they have struck a good path, and you get 6 miles plus an additional 2 miles for every success icon you roll on your D6s. And then an event occurs. Let me just say something. In general, I much prefer this system to random encounters than almost any other system I've ever seen. Now, I do like random encounters, but you know what I don't like doing? Rolling all the random encounters. And quite frankly, they could be fun, but I also want them to happen, but I also don't want them to happen too much, right? I don't want my session to just be literally endless random encounters, but I also don't want my session to like not have any random encounters just because I didn't roll high enough. I love this idea of the random encounter is like, you're going to have an event. You're traveling for too long through too dangerous of a location. Something's going to happen to you. It's just a question of how far do you make it before you get where you're going, right? So if the group is trying to reach somewhere and the, game master says, well, but it's about 7 or 8 miles, but because of the twisting nature of it, it's going to be 12 miles. Well, if the players fail a bunch of their rolls, they might have 3 or 4 or 5 events before they get to where they're going. But if they roll well, they're going to have like 1 or 2. And I think that's a much more streamlined process. There are advantages to truly random encounters, but I like that this basically means that something's going to happen. You just don't know, is it going to be like a bunch of somethings or just like 1 or 2 somethings? Not to mention that even if you roll really well, if you're going a long distance under the mountains, you're going to have some encounters. And I think that's really, really cool. So you can, and then all the other stuff happens here. And then just like with above ground, you roll a die to determine who the event targets. Is it the scouts, the lookouts, or the delvers? And then you roll the D12, the feat die, to determine what the skill roll is about. Now, again, this is where, as a GM, you got to put on your creativity cap, because it might target the lookouts and it might be the long dark of Moria. Okay, that's the mechanic. The mechanic is the lookouts have to make an awareness roll, and if the roll fails, everyone in the company gains 2 shadow points. Great. Oh, and everybody gets 2 points of fatigue, full stop, but make this roll. What does that look like, right? What is the description of that? And that's, I think, an opportunity for the game master to, yes, flex their Lord of the Rings lore a little bit, but trying to make a distinction between what this is versus what this is, right? Great Deanie says, my freaking midlife crisis therapy screen last night was hilarious. Last week was hilarious. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. It was like good cop, bad cop. It's like Steven was good cop and like Jess Redicop was bad cop. She's like, get over yourself, you fucking loser. And I was like, I think the journey rules are almost perfect. Only thing I would change is to present the events open-endedly so players can choose how they want to overcome the obstacles. Mephi, I understand what you're saying exactly. I think the reason they do it this way is because they want the journey to just be a scene, right? Because if you turn every event into its own scene where the players are taking actions and responding and doing all this stuff, I think you could potentially end up eating up the whole session with just journeys. So I like that it's kind of hand wavy it, but it's sort of like one and done, Yeah, we make a check and we move on. Like, I'm not saying that there might be an opportunity for you to really expand it, Mephi, into a more, detailed scene, which is totally an option. But I think the problem is when you do that and the players suddenly get to start making a lot of choices and maybe more skill rolls and a lot of other things, it ends up feeling like, okay, so now we're in normal game mode and we're having a normal scene, and that can eat up a lot of your scene time or a lot of your session time. So I like that this does try to look, we're going to give some mechanical attention and some role-playing game attention to this journey, but it's not the main focus of our session. That's what I would say there. So unlike the core rules, we remember, because in the core rules, the players are going to a location they know exists, but we know that Moria contains a lot of, hidden locations. So here's a modification to the journey. If you only have rumors, but don't have the precise information, The minimum requirement is to know the approximate area. You have to have some idea. To find such a place, the company must use the normal rules for underground journeys to reach the approximate region. Once there, the company must make a seeking test to pinpoint the location and reach it. This is made rolling scan check, modified by the landmark's renown. If it's famous, you make it normally. If it's obscure, you lose 1 dice. If it's hidden, you can only find it with a magical success. If the company has found enough clues to this landmark, the hidden location may be considered obscure for the purposes of this test. If it is successful, they find the landmark they were looking for, or perhaps that the rumors were false. They do confirm that it is not here. If the test fails, they do not find the landmark and once again must roll on the events table. That's kind of cool. Again, this is one of those situations where there's a lot of elements of gaining information could be very, very cool and very, very useful. Just telling the players that what was your reward for this session? We found out where the King's Hall is. That alone is a big advantage because now you don't have to make this check, which is pretty sweet. Not just where it's rumored to be or where you have a vague idea where it is, but like you've identified where it is and now you can travel there. It's kind of like adding it to your fast travel map in a way. So here's more information about how to describe Moria. Again, helping people who may not necessarily know all their lore, but also some of this stuff is really generic. The groan of the mountains, splashing, scratches. I'll tell you this, I'm kind of claustrophobic. I have been in caves before, and it was very uncomfortable. Jackal says you got to bring an elf everywhere you go. Yeah, I know. I know the rules for that are kind of vague, and I know that they've kind of discussed this in like the. I know that they discussed this in another book, where they basically say like, you know, what magical successes should count as increasing the attraction of the eye, and I do agree with that to a certain extent. Just because an elf is using their elfiness doesn't necessarily mean that the attention of the eye should increase. But if an elf is using magical successes in Moria, I am increasing the eye awareness 100%. There's no way I'm not. Oh, yeah. There's a new, I didn't even watch, I didn't get the app, but there's like some sort of like new VR app that lets you virtually explore like the Nutty Putty Cave, which is where that guy got trapped upside down and he was like stuck there for like days or something like that until he died. And I was just watching a video of the virtual reality simulation of this cave. And I was like, I'm good. I can't watch it. I mean, I would say maybe, you know, underwater cave would be worse, but at least it would probably be over sooner. Well, that's the thing with free climbing. Like, okay, you mess up, you fall for a bit, and then you're dead. Like, I mean, obviously they're all not great, you know, outcomes, but at least like if you're going out, like don't let me like hanging upside down, stuck in a cave, barely enough room for my shoulders to move. Bro. Oh, I'm so out. Those people are crazy. All right. Hey, look at this. There's a whole section here on making noise. Moria has fallen. It belongs to the orcs now. To the orcs and to worse thing. Outsiders might be able to slip in through Moria without being noticed, but exploration is almost certain to attract the attention of foes. So already in the game, we have this idea of eye awareness, right? And this is like a thing that escalates until it reaches a certain point, and then it triggers what is called a revelation event. Basically, a very hard GM move, right? Where the forces of the enemy, either directly or indirectly, you know, are sent against you. Most of Moria is silent as a tomb. If the company voluntarily takes actions that cause a loud noise, raise the eye awareness. The lore master should make it clear that such an action will have a consequence. A lesser noise immediately gives you 1 point of eye awareness. A powerful noise gives you an immediate 3 points. If you fight some of the orcs, there are 3 major orc tribes: the orcs of the Misty Mountains, the Mordor orcs, and the orcs of Udun. They all have scouts and sentries. If the player heroes encounter an orc band and some of their foes survive the battle, raise the eyes awareness by 1, 2, or 3 points, depending on how many foes escaped. It's everybody's worst nightmare come true. They're escaping. Just let them run away. No! They're going to raise the alert. But also determine how close you are to an enemy stronghold and whether or not they can flee. If like a lone foe escapes, give you 1 point. But if a messenger escapes and there's enemies nearby, add 3 points. So one of the things that we saw was that outside of Moria, the hunt can occur, but it's one of those like gradual build-up things that can occur over many sessions.
Know what they awoke in the darkness of Khazad-dûm.
Hey, what's up, Cal?
Calderiark tipped $5. Cavers when they hear triple mud trap death pit. Sign me up, coach.
Fantastic. Thank you, Cal. Yeah, people are crazy like that. People are absolutely crazy. Well, yeah, but that's the whole idea, Beowulf, is that there's nothing natural about elves. Elves' very presence. I mean, like think about when Frodo sees Arwen and he's passing into the Shadow Realm. She blazes like a beacon of light. Elves quite literally, I mean, that's the reason they don't send Glorfindel with the Fellowship, the greatest elven champion of all time. They literally don't send him because he would be like a nuclear explosion flare to the eye of the enemy. Elves are literally too powerful. Like everything they do draws attention to themselves. They are, their Fea, their spirit is so powerful. It literally is like attracting enemy to them like moths to a flame. So if the hunt is triggered, we play out our Revelation episode, and we've got like a unique table for Moria. Things like the cave-in, the misfortunes, lure of the abyss, goblin feet. But then there's also orc assaults. And then there's also the terrors of the dark table. And then there is the gosh table. And by the way, yes, there is a chance on this random encounter. If you reach the worst table and you roll the Eye of Sauron, you engage the Balrog. I was wondering if they were going to do it. And they did it. You know what? I respect the hell out of them for this. I don't know what I assume that means they give us stats for a Balrog. But I respect that, that this is a thing. Stream looks stable over for me. For my analytics. Yes, I saw that, Scorpio. One player hero can always stay behind and fight the foe beyond any of them so that the rest of the fools can fly. If YouTube is messing up, it must be the delivery, not me, because it must be YouTube. So, because again, mine is fine. And again, remember too, if YouTube probably sucks, you can go over to Twitch as well too. Right. Travis, you were asking about Legolas. Well, a couple of things. Number one, I mean, Legolas is cool and all, but he's not like, a super elf of legend. The other thing about Legolas is he doesn't really do anything that's that magical. Okay. And I'm just going to strictly speak here from the movie. not from the books, but from the movie. Think about that scene when, after leaving Weathertop, where Frodo has been stabbed by the Morgul blade. And in the movie, they have Arwen find the party. And he's dying. And Arwen goes to him and goes, Frodo, no. And she like closes her eyes and the screen goes white. And she says something like, let the light and grace that has blessed me pass to him. Do not let him pass into the Wraith world or whatever. In my mind, Arwen is making a magical success healing check to keep Frodo from dying and passing into the Wraith world. Later on, Arwen, and again, in the books, this is more of a Elrond thing, and it was actually Glorfindel, right? But Arwen calls upon the Bruinen, right? The river, and she speaks to it. She goes, Bruinen, la-di-da, ra-fa-tha, right? And she speaks in Sindarin, and the waves crash upon the Nazgul. She's an elf. Legolas is an elf. Legolas never did that shit. The only thing that Legolas did was like, hey, Legolas, what do your elf eyes see? Now, if Legolas is using magical success to like see things that are far away, yeah, I'm probably not going to consider that tempting the magical, beacon of evil. But if an elf is like channeling their immortal Fea and passing it on to another creature so that they might live, or calling upon the spirits of the river to listen to them, or any of this other shit that elves can do, yes, I'm going to. TLDR. All right, there you go. Back on top of it. So anyways, I love that this is there. It's not likely to happen, but it is. It is. By the way, note, like, if I'm reading this right, it's even like it's a pretty nasty thing here. So like, look at this. Like, if you roll on the generic, right? This is the low level one, the dire portents. Okay. Smoke in the air. The company smells smoke, hot air laden with fine ash. They have delved too deep. The next time a Revelation episode comes up, roll from the really shitty table, but the roll is favored. Favored meaning you're going to roll the better one, which means you're probably not going to get the Balrog, but there's a chance you are going to roll on that table. So this is actually a soft move, queuing up a hard move, right? It's basically saying the result of this random encounter is that your next random encounter could be really bad. If that doesn't put the fear of God into your players, or in this case, I guess the fear of the Balrog, that's awesome. And in this case, I actually think it works better to our advantage that the party knows, the players do, that there's an ancient demon, right? Because your characters may not fully appreciate the depth of trouble that they're in, but the players do. And I think that is awesome. That is what we were going for. So we get a new shadow path just for dwarves. So that's pretty cool. We get a random generator table. I love the quote they used here. I have no memory of this place at all, said Gandalf, standing uncertainly under the arch. So we basically get a kind of like a, hey, if you do, for whatever reason, need a random chamber, roll on it. I also love that the Eye of Sauron result is an orc nest, and a Gandalf rune is you've found one of the great halls. Again, just incredible art. I love this picture. Look at this. Isn't this so cool? It's like a side-by-side, right, of the same image. And once during the splendor of the dwarves, and then another time, right, after it has fallen into darkness and doom. And it's kind of like a fun, showing what time has done to this once beautiful, thriving kingdom of dwarves. And then we get a table to roll on the condition. So with a quick and simple D12 roll, right, we can roll a D12. Okay, I got a large dwelling. Extended dwarven families lived in mansions where several generations would live in the same complex. A great door connected each dwelling with the rest of the city, And this door carries the sigil of the clan. And then I can roll a d12 to determine its condition. And I got burnt. Terrible fires raged through much of the city when Durin's Bane arose. Lesser fires swept through the other parts of Moria when goblins meddled with the dwarven forges. The stone walls of the burnt chamber may be mostly intact, but little else remains. That's pretty cool. Oh, and an appearance table. Natural. Not a chamber, but a cavern or other natural opening in the rock adapted by the dwarves. Okay, cool. So we've got a natural large chamber burned, and the challenge table, if we want to challenge, is 8, which is a riddle. Interesting. The chamber is in the middle of a complicated maze. A successful roll of riddle points the company in the right direction. So, I mean, you know, obviously it's a random table, so you're going to get some weird or wonky results, but there's some fun stuff to do there just with those 4 tables. If you literally need a random room, you basically get, what was it? How is it? What's its condition now? What does it look like? And are there any challenges in there? By the way, if you roll the Eye of Sauron, you get a combat. By the way, only a roll of a 1 gives you the roll of none desolation. Oh, sorry, I love it. There's none desolation and none foreshadowing. I do like that in Moria, which, you know, again, it's pretty empty, that there are 2 rolls of none. So let's take a look at this. I'm here. So none desolation. Not every room demands dice rolling, and not every room hides some secret. This chamber is empty and long abandoned. Emphasizing the desolation of the ruined city makes other encounterable more memorable. And should point, by the way, that even in the ruined city, on a D12, only 2 of the results are none. And then there's none foreshadowing. There is no immediate danger, but the chamber contains some inkling or affords a glimpse of some impending doom. Literally sounds like a PBTA move. Perhaps the chamber has a balcony looking down at the caves outside, and the company glimpses shadowy figures creeping through the gloom. Or a desiccated corpse hints at a nearby trap. Or a secret door lets a burglar eavesdrop on 2 orcs talking about what the boss has planned for the intruders. It's pretty cool. And here's another random table. Wow, a lot of nice little oracles in here. We got a random orc band generator. There are orcs, very many of them, he said, and some are large and evil, black uruks of Mordor. For the moment they are hanging back, but there is something else there. They have a cave troll, I think. To randomly generate a band of orcs roaming in Moria, roll the feat die once to determine the leader and 1 success die per player hero. Compare each die roll individually on the table below and add up the foes encountered to determine the full extent of the orc band generated. Ooh. All right. Our leader is a Gandalf rune. Oh, it's an orc chieftain, and the enemies are sleeping, feasting, distracted, or otherwise engaged. The company can take them by surprise. All right. And let's say we have 4 people in our party, so I'm going to roll 4d6. So we have 2 goblin archers, a great orc bodyguard, another orc guard, and another archer. So we have 3 archers and 2 orcs, along with a orc chieftain. And they are apparently feasting or distracted or otherwise engaged in some task. That's pretty cool. And our players might be able to surprise them or do something awesome to them. Again, it's still a role-playing game, right? Like, we still want to have that kind of non-linear actions to it. Another great piece of art. All right. So I'm going to skip over most of this stuff because I don't want to spoil it for anybody, including myself. But we have a chapter on new foes, including new orcs, new foes in the game. Look at that bad motherfucker. Yeah, I believe, yes, surprise is pretty OP. I think they slightly nerfed it in an update, though. I think originally, if you had surprise, the monsters didn't get to go at all. And now they still get to go in the surprise round. They just get massive penalties to their attacks. So it's still very advantageous to you, but I don't think it's quite as OP as it used to be, I think. So again, we've got another great piece of artwork here. But including the stats on, we're not going to go too deep into it, but let's take a look here. We have to look at the Balrog. I mean, TLDR, if you fight the Balrog, you're fucked, but let's just take a look at it, okay? It has 150 endurance. Okay. Its attribute level is considered to be 12. Remember, most of the players are going to have attributes between like 4 to 6. So this thing has an attribute level of 12, if it matters. It has a might of 3, which means it could go 3 times around, which means you have to wound it 3 times before it dies. It can't parry. At least there's that. It has its flaming sword. It has its whip of many thongs. It has 12 points of hate that it can use to power its abilities. Also, as if none of that was enough, it's immune to all endurance lost and wounds except for injuries from magic weapons. And it can spend a hate to cancel a wound unless they have been wrought specifically for the bane of the enemy itself. It has the Denizen of the Dark ability. All of its attack rolls are favored. That means it has advantage while you are in darkness. It has its Dreadful Spells ability. When a player hero in sight spends hope, spend 1 hate to make the hero gain 3 shadow points. Flame of Udun. If a hero hits the Balrog with a close combat attack, they suffer severe endurance loss from fire damage. They cannot use this ability if it's immersed in water. They can spend 1 hate to initiate a great leap and can attack any player hero in any stance, including those who have stand back in rearward. It is immune to intimidate unless you achieve magical success. And it has horrible strength. If it does score a piercing blow to immediately cause you a wound, you can spend 1 hate to make their protection roll ill-favored, which means to have disadvantage to try to avoid the wound. So yeah, this thing is essentially unbeatable. And Mephi says, "Fly, you fools." And I'm inclined to agree that you should be flying, you fools. This thing is, what does Gandalf say? "This foe is beyond any of you." And that is true. The coolest part of looking at the Balrog is it tells us how awesome Gandalf must be. Well, let's first break it down. Number 1, Gandalf is a Maya. So fundamentally, he is an angel as well. Number 2, Gandalf was sent by the Valar directly and by Manwë directly. Number 3, Gandalf has his staff and his powers as a member of the Order of Wizards. Number 4, Gandalf wields Glamdring, which is not just a sword from the First Age. Glamdring was a sword forged for the King of Gondolin, one of the basically like secret fortress cities of the elves designed to battle against Morgoth. So his sword is one of the most powerful swords in Middle-earth. So yeah, I imagine Gandalf is pretty cool. Yeah, 3 shadow is a lot. That's just from spending hope. Is it possible to beat this thing with the One Ring characters? I have no idea, Kendall. My instinct is to probably say no. You know? I don't know. I mean, maybe if they're all like, I don't know. Maybe if they're all like Valor 5, 6, Wisdom 5, 6, right? Max level as this game is concerned. They all have magical demon slaying swords. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. So they talk a little bit about the Balrog here. They talk about what is the Balrog doing and what might it be doing? Now, these are answers we don't know. I mean, this is just speculating here. Oh, look at that art. Look at that. That's so awesome. And They talk about what, the Balrog and Sauron. Again, they're not necessarily BFFs, right? Sauron is a Maiar, just like the Balrog. I mean, they were both angelic spirits that became corrupted by Morgoth. And then they also talk about here about maybe some ideas for, look, straight up. They go, look, the revelation that Durin's Bane is a Balrog is not going to impress anyone. Unless by some unlikely confluence of circumstances, you have found the one person in all of the world who has read enough Middle-earth lore to know what a Balrog is and why encountering one is a big deal, but has not read The Lord of the Rings or watched the movies and doesn't actually know what a Balrog is. So there's options here to actually change what the Balrog is to make it more of a surprise for your players. That's actually kind of interesting. So I'm going to say something here that is relatively controversial. I like the Balrog with wings. Now, I don't necessarily know that I like the Balrog as being able to fly. I could see the Balrog as being more of like, it can maybe flap around, leap, glide a little bit. I don't really see it as literally being like a bird. But I got to admit, the image of the Balrog from the Lord of the Rings films did something to me that I was not ready for after, I grew up reading these books, and I always had a vision in my mind, to be honest with you, of the Balrog being kind of a winged demon because of Baelors, right? And the idea that they are corrupted fallen angels. So, I think, I think, the description that it gives in the book is that the Balrog is encompassed by two great shadows of flame like two wings. I think that's the way it's described. It's almost like it's cloaked in these shadowy flames like wings. Now, obviously, Peter Jackson film took it a step further and kind of gave it wings. I don't need it to fly. I kind of like that it doesn't fly. And Tolkien himself, by the way, changed this numerous things. I mean, at one point in time, there were hundreds of Balrogs. At one point, there was only a couple, like a dozen. And so, yeah. So we got some extra monsters here, bats and other things here. And then we get into an area that I'm definitely not going to go through. And this is just all the location information about interest, of different locations within landmark locations within Moria. And I think there's 24 of them. So that is a lot. And I think more than enough that anyone will ever need to be able to run a Moria campaign. So, here is the Dimril Stair, right? This is the East Gate, basically. Well, outside the East Gate of Moria. Remember we were talking before that Durin made his way to the Khazad-dûm, that's the Mirror at Azarnapol or whatever it's called, and looked upon the Mirror and said, "Here I will make my kingdom." That's where this is. And at the end of in Fellowship of the Ring, when they leave, you see them leaving the East Gate of Moria. When they're coming out, when they had that little breakdown and, come, we got to get them on, give them a moment for pity's sake. That scene is basically right here. We must move. By nightfall, these hills will be swarming with orcs. Boromir, Legolas, get them up. Right? That's there we go. So yeah. So that's where the Fellowship flees. And then they flee down the Dimril Vale till they reach the border of Lorien. Pursued by orcs the whole way, I should mind. And here's the East Gate, the famous East Gate. The arguably the main entrance into Moria. So again, the book now we have dozens and dozens and dozens and hundreds of pages of all of these, famous locations and not so famous locations. I mean, you can see here, this is just a cave inside Moria, and it itself is like a whole location and dungeon. you know? So just, massive area, so here's the King's Hall, right? This absolutely massive hall. Like, you could think of this thing as being several football fields in size. And what's going on there? Every single one of these could be a cool little, here's the Chamber of Marzabul. This is where the Fellowship fought. This is where Balin's tomb was, right? This is the scene from the movie where the Fellowship fights the orcs and the cave trolls, or the orc and the cave troll. And lots and lots and lots of stuff. So tons of locations from all over the place. And again, I don't want to get too much into the details of it, but very cool. Some of the stuff is in the mountain. Some of the stuff is, near the mountain, on top of the mountain. Here's the aforementioned. Here's the other side of Moria. We got the doors of Durin. There we go. They say, the doors of Durin, Lord of Moria. Speak, friend, and enter. And underneath it is written, I, Narvi, made them. Celebrimbor of Holland drew these signs. And this is what it looks like before this river floods. So in olden times, you can just go up there. Does Tor distinguish between orcs and goblins? No, nor should it. I mean, one could argue that goblins are just like smaller, weedier orcs that maybe dwell in the misty mountains. But no, the game doesn't really distinguish between the types of them. It calls, like in the core book, you have, this is back to the core book. In the core book, in the monster section, we have, under the orcs section, we have great orcs, goblin archer, orc guard, orc soldier. They're all under the orc brand. So, I mean, I never really viewed goblins as being fundamentally different, but the same way that you have, uruks, you have orcs, you've, goblins, you have goblin men, you have half orcs. There's a whole range of fucked up creatures that, can kind of qualify as orcs. Yeah, but it's mostly a movie thing. Yeah. Well, also, it's really not actually, Kendall. It's mostly a book thing, right? Tolkien wrote The Hobbit as a children's story, and The Hobbit had goblins, and then he wrote Lord of the Rings, and the Lord of the Rings had orcs. Kind of really what it is. So then there's an appendix with information if you want to run it during one of these more historically accurate times, like if you want to be part of Balin's expedition, or if you want to be part of Gandalf's expedition, or even Aragorn's expedition. Then we have some information about Mithril. Mithril, all folks desired it. It could be beaten like copper and polished like glass, and the dwarves could make of it a metal, light and yet harder than tempered steel. Its beauty was like that of common silver, but the beauty of Mithril did not tarnish or grow dim. So again, it's literally the Mary Sue metal of the game. We've got some information here. We've got a quote from the Song of Durin. Their hammer on the anvil smote, their chisel clove and graver wrote. There forged was blade and bound was hilt. The delver mind the mason built. There beryl, pearl, and opal pale, and metal wrought like fish's mail, buckler and corslet, axe and sword, and shining spears were laid in hoard. This is from the Song of Durin. We got a new ancestry, which is Dwarves of Nogrod and Belagost, which basically was a different group of different house of dwarves, other than the Dwarves of Durin's folk, who are the Longbeards. And so it looks like they are a little bit different. And ooh, look at this. One of the upgrades you can take is Telkar. So Telkar is one of the greatest dwarven smiths of all time. He created the blade Narsil, right? The king's blade that cut the ring from Sauron's hand. So Telkar, one of the greatest smiths of your folk, wrought the blade that was broken in the deeps of time. As much as you can only hope to match his skill, many secrets have been revealed to you. Next, Yule, you may either add a single enchanted reward or dwarven craftsmanship to a mail armor or close combat weapon of your choice, or create a marvelous artifact of your choice. Basically, they can create magic items. It's pretty sweet. They speak of magical lamps. When it was lamp lit, there's an implication that it was magical. To my knowledge, there was no one in Tolkien's universe using oil or gas or anything like that. All right. Well, here's what we came for. Our solo play rules. So before we get into these, I just want to take a quick little break and just say this book is awesome. I mean, obviously it's a lore dump and it's a geek fest, but it's also really, really practically useful. It looks like they did a fantastic job of jam-packing this thing full of locations that you can use in Moria to make it an interesting play. They talk at length about how to use this location and fit it into your game, either as a little bit of a spicy add-on or as a full and primary campaign. The art, the layout is top-notch, gorgeous. It's a thick book. They include a freaking full map. It's almost as thick as the core rulebook. What is Tor's take on the canon? The Tor's take on the canon is whatever happens in your game, that's canon now. That is what Tor's take is. The Tor's take is you can do whatever you want. It's your game, and you should totally do it. But no, you are not expected to try to. Also, to be clear, Travis, your game would have to go for a very long time before you, like, if you somehow ended up running a 35-year game, maybe you might start to intrude upon stuff that happened in the Lord of the Rings novels. But realistically, for you to really interfere with things and events that happen in the War of the Ring, you would have to wait 40 plus years, I guess, you know? If like your group goes and like, I don't know, kills Bilbo and like takes the ring from him, even though you don't know he has it and it's not even really an issue. Yeah, I guess that could technically mess up the canon, but no, the game basically says it's your game, do whatever you want with it. But also I'm of a firm believer that the realm of Middle Earth had thousands of years of history before the War of the Ring, and we know nothing about it. So there was clearly important stuff happening. It's not like nothing happened for 3,000 years. And then the One Ring thing happened. As again, even in the annals of history, the Battle of the War of the Ring, the destruction of the One Ring, hell, the existence of Sauron, it's like a footnote. The big battle happened at the end of the First Age. So technically, the Second Age and the Third Age is the lame thing after the important thing happened. So when people talk about feeling like, oh, I can't do that because the really important thing is Frodo taking the ring to Mount Doom, and I go, no, it's not. The important thing was when the War of Wrath occurred and the Valar came out of the west and they destroyed the forces of Morgoth and they threw him through the door of time or whatever into the void or something. The door of night into the void. That was the big moment in Middle Earth history. Everything that's happened since then has been kind of like, oh yeah, and some other stuff happened. Anyways, you got to head out. What game would you use to play a game during the First Age? I don't know, Mutants and Masterminds, high level 5th edition. What's a ridiculous over the top game? I mean, things were pretty powerful in the First Age. I mean, the elves. I mean, at that point, we're really talking about elves, right? Humans literally just woke up in the First Age. They were mostly basically primitive tribal people. They were not really that important. By the end of it, there were some that had shown some courage, and they were literally kind of uplifted by Eru Iluvatar in reward, literally like uplifting in like the sci-fi sense, where he basically took these basic primitive men that he had created and basically said, you know what, you guys showed a lot of spark. I'm going to like quadruple your lifespans, increase your strength, your fortitude, your wisdom, and I'm going to raise an island off of the bottom of the sea and give you your own Atlantis continent and call that Numenor. And you're actually kind of a whole new race called the Numenorians. But the rest of you men can just hang out. So when you're talking about the first age, you're talking about elves at the peak of their power, especially elves who had been to Valinor, which the proper term is to call a light elf. An elf that has seen the two trees of Valinor is basically like supercharged. It may not be apparent, but like Galadriel is on another level from Elrond. Elrond is a Sindar elf, which means that he is descended from elves, and he himself, who journeyed west across Middle-earth, but never took the boat to go to Valinor. Galadriel did. Galadriel was from Valinor. She has seen the light of the two trees. She has seen, in fact, they argue, in some cases, people say that like Galadriel is like the spirit of the two trees. Then she left Valinor and came with her kin, the Noldor, back to Middle-earth to wage war against Morgoth for his stealing of the Silmarils. And then they were banished. And then after the War of Wrath, the Valar said, fine, you guys can come back. And then she chose not to. So she is like on a power level that cannot properly be understood. No, Círdan is a Sindar. I don't believe Círdan is a light elf. No, he is I think he stayed. He's one of those elves that got to the ocean and fell in love with the sea. So yeah, pretty much Círdan is like the definition of the elves that reached the ocean and went, oh, I love the sea. The sea is so beautiful. I don't want to leave it. So that's why he stopped and made the Great Havens to help people who do. So yeah. I mean, I'm sure that I cannot speak to all of Tolkien's lore. I'm not that much of an expert. There's not many. Like Legolas's father, Thranduil, he's Sindar. Elrond technically comes from a Sindar and a Noldor lineage. Or he comes from a Noldor lineage. But Glorfindel, yeah, duh. But he's not in the movie, so it's easy to forget him. Yeah, there's elves. They're around, but there's not many of them, for sure. Yeah, Glorfindel's been kicking around for a long time, but Galadriel is definitely on another level. That's right, Jake. Galadriel's hair shone like the two trees and inspired the creation of the Silmarils, which is why there were 3 Silmarils made, and that's why it's such a big deal that she gives Gimli 3 locks of her hair. And then Gimli takes the 3 locks of her hair and makes 3 crystals, each containing a lock of her hair. And there's a lot of fun you could have with that, probably in the RPG, to kind of talk about like, is that like the next wave of Silmarils? Also, I know it's not true, but I am big on team the Arkenstone was a Silmaril. It isn't. But I am big on Team Arkenstone as a Silmaril just because I think it's cool and I think it's fun. And I think you could, if I was playing a role-playing game that wasn't the One Ring, but was based in Middle-earth, I think I would have some fun with the idea that the Arkenstone is a Silmaril for sure. And we're getting really deep into the lore here. But, okay, at the end of the first age, the 3 Silmarils, which are, they make the One Ring look like a joke. One was hurled into the sea. Okay. One was taken into the sky and became known as Eärendil. And then one got chucked into the earth, right? It got thrown into lava, into basically a volcano, right? So it's like, I love the idea, by the way, that like, one to the sky, one to the seas, one to the earth. You have this like really cool elemental balance. So I love now this was a long time ago. So I love the idea that maybe over the eons or whatever like that, right? The Silmaril that was thrown into the volcano, right? Because of all the world, right? And then the world got changed in the Second Age, right? He made the world go from being flat to round. And so I love the idea that when that happened, maybe the Silmaril basically kind of got, maybe that was the volcano that formed the Lonely Mountain. Why is there a mountain in the middle of this not mountain range? Oh, was it because there was a big volcanic eruption that happened when the world was changed? Why? Was it because the Silmaril was like thrust up out of Arda and then, everything solidified and then the dwarves found it? Just saying. It sounds cool. That's true. Well, but even the ring verse says for their 3 rings for the elven kings under the sky, 7 rings for their dwarf lords and their halls of stone. There's this recurring theme in Tolkien's work of sky, sea, and stone. Not saying that like fire isn't an element in his universe, but it's kind of like evil, sort of, but not really. But it's kind of like everything is always usually referred to in like sea, sky, and stone. Sea, sky, and stone. Anyways, so solo play. Let's take a look at this. All right. In Lord of the Rings, we learn of Balin's ill-fated expedition. Didn't really work out well for them. Fierce battles and skirmishes were pitched across the breadth of this underground kingdom. Though as readers, we only see the aftermath. For a time before the great doom befell Balin's hand, there was hope in Moria, a flickering hope. It is this hope that you will kindle in your secret journeys. Thank you, Kendall Carlson. Appreciate it. Oh, we will. I hope we will. All right. With these guidelines and tools, you will explore Moria as a member of Balin's expedition, leading an intrepid band of dwarves. You and your allies will face darkness and long-lost mysteries, entrenched foes, and hidden perils, all in the pursuit of a lofty goal, to return the heart of the Misty Mountain to its rightful owners. Okay, how does it work? All right. You will create a character, and then you will recruit starting members of your band and set off on perilous missions in the pursuit of a dream of a restored Khazad-dûm. As a solo player, you imagine these missions and take the action from the perspective of your heroes, but you can also resolve the action of your band of allies. So right off the bat, I'm seeing an opportunity for certain members of our community, maybe some sponsors or some interested people who might be able to sort of sponsor an ally. Yes, exactly, Jake. You got it right off the bat. Exactly. Note, solo play is complementary to Strider Mode. Okay, that's what I thought. A supplement for the One Ring that offers tools for solo play, including expanded events for Overland. How you can use Strider Mode in addition to these guidelines if you go beyond Moria. But the idea of these solo rules is that you are a dwarf leader of a band of dwarves. Okay, so we've got rules for battles, journeys alongside your allies. There are also inspirational tools and tables in these solo rules, offers the means of answering questions and generating events and locations during a mission. So this is also an area. Now, the book contains tables that we can use to randomly generate ideas, challenges, you name it. But this is also a place where I think chat can really help us out. We could do polls. Maybe somebody could tip and say, this is what the mission is, this is what's going on, et cetera, et cetera. Once a mission is completed or abandoned, you return to the safe haven of Balin's outpost in the first hall to rest, recover, and plan your next foray into the long dark of Moria. So again, from a history perspective, Balin has basically taken over I think Hall 5, Location 5, or Location 5 or Location 6. Come on, I believe in you, PDF. You can do it. Yeah, 5, the first hall. Okay, so basically, the dwarves who have come with Balin have secured this part of Moria. And now you are going to be representing sort of a trusted lieutenant who's going to be leading bands and expeditions. There's going to be many such expeditions from a variety of different dwarves, right? We're talking about like an entire fledgling colony or pseudo army who are going to be expanding outward and trying to take over and control the city, or at least control it and rid it of its orc presence. Sounds pretty sweet. Okay. So first we have to make a character. We make a character as a normal rule. So obviously we'll be doing that. Unlike the normal game where you have 10 XP, you have 15 XP to spend instead of 10 because you are a trusted member of Balin's team, right? You got a little bit of skill. As a leader of the expedition, you are almost certainly one of Durin's folk. We're not going to fuck around with this. We are definitely going to be a dwarf. Balin, however, knew that the value of allies could be seen outside for it, but we're going to be a dwarf. We could also potentially do this as a co-op game, but obviously we're going to be doing this way. You and your band have a shared calling. Calling is like your class in this game. It's a motivation that connects you and puts you on your path, but it looks like it's a little bit different in this game. Some cultural virtues offer benefits partly or solely for a company of player heroes. The allies among your band are not created as standard player heroes and are not considered a company for the purposes of applying benefit virtues. Be mindful of this when making a selection for a solo hero. Got it. Your fellowship score signifies the connection that your band has, as well as your ties to the broader community of folks. You have a fellowship score equal to 3, plus additional bonuses from your virtues, your cultural blessings, and your patron, which is +1 for Balin. All right. So we got all sorts of rules here. So we share hope and shadow. We don't get a fellowship focus because we don't have any other party members. You and your band share hope points and shadow points. You are intrinsically linked by the hope that drives you and the shadow that plagues you. When creating your hero, raise your maximum hope by 5 to represent the support of your band. Okay. Your patron. Your patron is Balin, a dwarf lord and descendant of Durin. Makes sense? Safe havens. At the start of your campaign, your safe haven is Balin's fledgling encampment in Moria's first hall. From here, Balin will coordinate the efforts of your band as well as other expeditionary groups. This encampment represents a light in the darkness of Moria. Your band will return to this encampment across the bridge of Khazad-dûm between Dwells into the Dwarrowdelf. In the course of the campaign, you might establish new safe havens deeper within Moria. All right. Seems pretty straightforward. Now, this is where things get interesting. The band. At the start of your campaign, you have a fledgling band of 6 allies. As you complete missions and gain standing, you can recruit additional members of the band. The members of the band are not created as standard heroes. Instead, each is given a quirk, a gift, and a number of conditions to track their well-being. The band as a whole has its own set of characteristics and conditions. These components are summarized below. You can track these elements on the mission worksheet, while each member of your band is represented by an ally card. Okay, so this is a mission worksheet that we will be using. So we can see here that we track, we'll have our character, but we'll also have a sheet that we'll be using for the mission. So we'll have our readiness, which looks like to be like a generic TN that we'll be using, how big our group is, how much stuff we're carrying, and then we have slots for all of the different allies that we'll be building. Now, this is definitely a place where we're going to be using patrons and people who support the channel. They are going to be able to get to make an ally that we'll be adding to our mission roster. I'm assuming that, allies can die, so RIP to people who die. It looks like we have 5 different values: expertise, maneuver, rally, vigilance, and war. And then again, we track our hope points as a group. Okay, very cool. And then, so here are the ally cards. So instead of a full character sheet, each ally has a name, a title, some quirks and notes, a gift, a kingly gift, injuries, and fatigue. Okay. And so, We start with 6 of these allies, by the way. And it looks like there's room to have up to 12 at once. So let's find out this. Your band is largely determined by a single attribute, readiness. This is your overall expertise and capabilities. Your starting readiness is 4, and with the successful completion of missions, you can award your allies with the hardened status to start improving your readiness score. So as we go and successfully complete mission, our allies become hardened against the dangers of the dark, and our readiness score goes up. Readiness is used to calculate your band's default test number, the static DC for all rolls made by the band as a group. So 20 minus the value. So everything starts at DC 16, but as our allies become hardened, that readiness, I am just already envisioning when we have some treasured, awesome ally who's been with us since the beginning, and they are hardened and they have all these great, and then they die somehow, and we're like, no. That'll be great. Okay. Dispositions. So we have 5 dispositions. These represent our focus and abilities. Expertise, maneuver, rally, vigilance, war. These are used like skills. Got it. A disposition functions like a skill roll. So when rolling for the band, you're going to roll 1 feat die, that's the D12, and a number of success dies, those are the D6s, equal to the disposition rating against that readiness TN. So our starting readiness is 4, which means the TN is 16. Let's say we had a war disposition of 3. When we make a war check, it'll be D12 plus 3D6 against DC 16. Spoiler alert, not great. I mean, it'll be pretty close, but not great odds. So instead of having 18 skills, we just have 5 dispositions. We have expertise, skills and knowledge, hunting, scholarly lore. Maneuver is our ability to move in a coordinated way or to be quick or speedy. Rally is our hardiness, courage, and camaraderie. Makes sense. Vigilance is our passive perception. Just kidding, but it's kind of what it is. And then war is our strength, fighting prowess, and gear. War is used to overcome challenges through force, tactics, and intimidation. Most critically, war is enrolled when engaging in battle. A large band geared for war will have a higher war rating, but a lower maneuver rating. Interesting. Now, each ally will have a name, a title, a gift, a kingly gift, potentially, injuries, fatigue, and quirks. Note that a gift, and the gifts have a wasted box. I'm just getting a wasted. Each ally in your band has a gift, a role, or a characteristic that they can use to grant you advantages. When you recruit an ally, choose a gift or roll for one using the tables on page 186, or come up with your own. So clearly we will not be rolling for them, right? If I'm envisioning that someone, a tip goal or whatever, will be able to sponsor an ally, you'll get to pick their name, you'll get to pick their quirk, you'll get to pick their gift, and you will get to decide, who is this dwarf that is adding it. I'll let you pick whatever you want their name to be, but I do think it'd be really fun if you made the name like a dwarvish version of your name so that we, can connect who you are and what you're doing. And maybe there's a way that there might be a way that I can use this plugin, assuming it's fucking working. Ed Dwarf, Bayo Dwarf, Vin, just Vin. That I think there's a way I can change people's name to look different in the chat display, I think. And so I might be able to have, like, if you have an ally, if you're currently sponsoring an ally, I might be able to give you like a certain amount of chat, I don't know, flexing, which I definitely want to do. So I'll have to look into that for sure. All right. Each gift is unique, and you should not duplicate it. Quirks represent unique facets of their allies' personalities. Generate a quirk using the table or come up with your own. So there you go. So these are going to be the ways that our sponsors create allies. Now, allies can have conditions. They have an injury track. They don't use endurance like a player character. Instead, they suffer injuries. There are 5 levels of injuries: fleeting, moderate, severe, grievous, and lingering. Fatigue is also tracked, but in this case, there's 4 levels of fatigue: fatigued, faltering, spent, and collapsed. I'm gonna have a little bit of a nitpick. The thing is called fatigue. Like, it's called injuries, and there's 5 levels of injuries: fleeting, moderate, like a fleeting injury, a moderate injury, a severe injury, a grievous injury, and a lingering injury. Cool, awesome. And then there's 4 levels of fatigue: fatigued, faltering, spent, and collapsed. I'm more of just like calling the first level of fatigued is kind of like, all right. Like they could have called it tired, you know, then it wouldn't have been weird. Burden. You do not track load ratings for your band's gear. Instead, their burden represents how heavily they are weighed down as a group. Basically, it's almost like Blades in the Dark, right? Where you pick, is your character going in heavy, standard, or light, right? Burden is measured through 4 levels: light, medium, heavy, and overburden. When you set out on a mission, you decide whether to focus on strength of arms or speed and subtlety. This decision affects your starting burden. Then your burdens can increase or decrease depending on what you leave behind or pick up. Note that burden affects your fatigue tests. A light burden helps you avoid fatigue, and a heavy burden makes fatigue tests harder. Hardships can escalate amongst your band. When half or more of your allies are lost or suffering a serious condition, the entire band is weary. It's the same thing as for player characters. 1s, 2s, and 3s become 0s. When an ally distinguishes themselves through acts of bravery, comradeship, and martial prowess, you can grant them the Hardened status. This reflects the ally's experience, their knowledge of the perils of Moria, and their great deeds at your side. You can optionally also award a hardened ally a title to celebrate their exploits. Including hardened allies in the roster of a mission bolsters your strength and cunning. For the most part, you play from the perspective of your player hero, leading and directing your allies. Their ability to take action and resist hardship is represented by disposition rolls. But keep in mind that these are free-minded folk with their own hopes, fears, and failings. They should not be portrayed as puppets. If unsure of how an ally will act or react in an unusual situation, use tools such as the telling table to reveal an action. Haha, here, we don't need a telling table because we have chat. So if we're not sure how Beorfin will react, we can just ask Beorfin. Much like your player hero has depth beyond your character sheet, the band is more than their stats and conditions. Gifts and quirks are a starting place, but find opportunities to deepen their personality, talents, and foibles of your allies. Cool. So I think that'll be a lot of fun. So we have to pick, when we do make our characters, we pick a calling. So this is for the entire group. So we can be reclaimers, pathfinders. That's pretty funny. We can be standard bearers, we can be guardians, or we can be vanguards. Each of these callings focuses on a different set of skills, on a different shadow path, and on a different focus for their disposition. 1 for each of the 5 dispositions that we have. If you prefer, you can choose from the standard callings from your band and select if you prefer, you can choose from the shared callings for your band and select a standard calling for your player hero. A leader whose purpose is at odds with their followers can make for some dramatic stories. That's kind of cool. This approach can put you on a different shadow path. If so, select the most relevant path when triggering a bout of madness. Pretty cool. While within Moria, you have the option of using the Moria Madness shadow path for you and your band. We saw that earlier. Can we be Dagger Hearts? I don't know what that would be. Mikey wants Vanguard, war to war. Woodland Fellowship would call them Wayfinders instead. I like that a little bit better. All right, just complete, total straw poll that has no final bearing on the final decision, because this is me just learning these rules and trying to figure out ways that we could, incorporate this into our game. But assuming you, as part of the chat, which represents the potential pool, which would you Starefinders? Because we're, by the way, if we go with Guardians, I can rock some Guardian merch. Oh, sorry. All right, there we go. The poll is up. Which shared calling, now remember, as a member of chat, you are one of the potential allies in this journey. I may be the leader of our expedition, but you are potentially one of the allies. You will help make decisions, and depending different sections, we'll do different things. So go ahead and vote. I'm going to use the restroom really quick, and I'll be right back. I'm curious to see what I come back to. Alrighty. And we're back. By the way, here's some mundane stuff. Number one, I went and got myself a nice Diet Mountain Dew, and I was very excited because I have not had dinner. And this morning, I spatchcocked a bird, chicken, and I've had it in my fridge, dry brining all day, and the skin is looking real desiccated. And I'm really eager to roast that bad boy as soon as this stream is over. And you might go, Derek, you're going to roast a whole chicken at like 11 o'clock at night? And the answer is yes, because I'm not going to go to bed till like 3 or 4 in the morning. So it's like dinner time for me. So number one, very excited to roast that chicken. Number two, you can tell you're old. I went to REI today to buy some more wool socks. REI has a brand of merino wool socks. They're very nice. And I picked up 4 pairs. You know, they're kind of expensive. But then I found out I had like my, if you're part of REI, it's a co-op. So whatever you spend, you get a percentage back each year. And I guess it came in and they were like, hey, your co-op disbursement takes care of it. Your co-op payment takes care of it. So it was free. I mean, it wasn't free. I mean, I had to spend money last year to pay for them, but last year I had money. So like it was like a dividend from last year in 2024 when I had money, and now I bought those. But yeah, my co-op dollars covered it. Yeah, they're not cheap. I mean, they're like $18 a pair, $17 a pair. They're not cheap. I will agree, but they are fantastic. And they're cheaper than Smart Wool or Darn Tough. And I actually kind of like them better. I mean, those are good brands. I'm not saying that they're bad brands, but I think the REI socks are really, really good. So you clearly know your way around an REI, Agile Monk. What's up, buddy? Oh yeah, I love merino wool. I basically lived in merino wool when I was hiking the AT, and I unfortunately got real fat, so then I really couldn't fit in any of my nice merino wool under, my kind of base layers. But one of the reasons, amongst many reasons, I've been trying to, health and physical well-being are important. But one of the reasons I've been trying to lose weight is just so that I can fit into some of my nicer, more expensive clothes and not have to buy them all over again. We're getting close. 20 to 30 more pounds. I'll say that. We're getting there. I'm not going to go down to 200, but 210, 215, 210, 215. It's right there, somewhere in there. We'll say 25 more pounds. Get to 210. I used to wear merino wool t-shirts as my primary shirt. Oh yeah, they're great. And on all of that, Chris, little TMI, like I'm not a sweaty guy, but when I do sweat, my sweat, it can get kind of stinky. Merino wool, it breathes so well. And I don't know if it's like antibiotic or antimicrobial or something like that. I don't know. Like my socks, my merino wool socks never smell ever, but anything artificial just stinks to high heaven. Like I have like gym t-shirts, the stuff that's like really artificial, that you wear to the gym, you wear it running or whatever like that. And oh my God, it smells so bad. Like I have to wash it immediately when I get home. If I just leave it for even a day, it smells so terrible. Anyways. All right, well, it was very close between Reclaimers and Vanguards. Apparently, everyone wants to go to war. We want to have a combat focus. Is that what you want to do in Khazad-dûm? I mean, to be fair, we could call upon the vengeance. And bring the wrath of the dwarves upon them, but that's pretty good. All right. So here are the random tables that you would use to get your allies together. Now, we won't necessarily need these because we're going to be, we're not going to be rolling these randomly. I'm going to be having people sponsor different allies for our band. You begin your campaign with 6 allies. You will have the opportunity to recruit additional allies, bolstering your numbers or replacing those lost to the perils of Moria. So allies will be going down. For now, pick or roll. So we've got gifts. These are useful focuses that lend each ally lends to your band. When an ally's gift directly contributes to an action for the band, or if the ally is acting independently, you get +1 dice to the bonus. And then here's just an example. There's a bunch of tables. So this is a roll a d6 and then roll a d12, right? So if we rolled a 1 or a 2 on our d6, this is if we were randomly rolling. Maybe the character is, their gift is that they're a great cook. Maybe that they're a goblin slayer. Maybe that they're a musician. Maybe that they're courteous or an inheritor. They come from a noble background and their name holds sway and they wear heirloom armor. They're very fancy, like a third son of, a third or fourth son of a mighty dwarf lord who's like, trying to slum it up and try to gain some renown because he has no inheritance, right? We've got the gift of grim fury, right? Like a dwarven berserker, a dwarf that is shadow touched, a gem hound, right? So there's lots of cool ideas here, but I'm going to basically let the people who sponsor these kind of call the shots, Quirks are a unique aspect of their appearance, personality that sets them apart. So this is just a, literal unique quirk. And again, we got 36 entries here in the book on a random table, but they're just non-mechanical little flavor bits, right? Obsessed with food, wears an eye patch, fall asleep anywhere. I know someone who's like that. Wields a pickaxe as a weapon, has a necklace of goblin ears. The good shit. And then if we want, we even have a random name generator for dwarvish names. All right, so we're going to start with a band of 6 allies, and we will probably need to replace them as people get killed, and we could also potentially expand our scope. So there's going to be a lot of opportunities, I hope, for people at home and chat to sort of sponsor an ally to join our band. And it will be a great sadness and moment when they do die. Now, what's the meat of it? So the meat of it is you plan a mission. Have a fresh mission worksheet handy. You'll use this to note your band's stats and assemble your roster. So again, this is sideways, but so this is like basically a worksheet for a single mission. We're going to be writing down who's coming, which allies are coming. What is the size of our band? It looks like if we're between 1 to 4 dwarves, it's small. If it's 5 to 8 dwarves, it's medium. If it's 9 to 12 dwarves, we're large, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there's going to be some decisions to make too. Decisions that we'll make as a community. Like how, should we go light and fast or should we go hard and heavy? Should we come carrying heat or not? All right, so it's a 5-step process to plan a mission. We set an objective, we choose our allies, we set our band's composition, we set their hunt threshold, and then we begin the mission. So we can randomly determine the goal of a mission as directed by Balin, or other expedition leaders. Roll on the mission table. Expand on the prompt to flesh out the nature. These are not the sum possibilities. Mission objectives will emerge naturally from your story as you start making discovery, perils, footholds, and Moria. Whenever possible, let the events and outcome from one mission lead the next. Set your goals from the hero's perspective. If your plans run contrary to what you imagine as Balin strategies, consider taking part in a council to convince Balin and the other dwarf leaders of the importance of your mission. That'd be a lot of fun. For a more abstract mission prompt, roll on the lore table. There's, again, some oracle tables here, and interpret the results. So we have a very generic set of 24 missions here, but this is another area where we might be able to use chat to help to, kind of come up with new mission objectives and new mission parameters as well. Wes says, okay, I'm picking up the One Ring and this book. What other supplemental books are worth getting? Well, Wes, I unfortunately haven't gone through all of the books in great detail. I will say, unfortunately, that this book is particularly thick and deep. There are a couple other books that are out for the One Ring. One is about the realms of the elves. One is about Eriador. And one is a book of just like locations and some adventures. Now, they're beautiful books, but all those other 3 books, the book about the elves, the book about Eriador, and the book of adventures are about 100 pages and change. So less than half the thickness of the Moria book. The Moria book is a, extra large. That being said, I think they are phenomenal. They're beautiful books. There's a lot of lore there, great NPCs, tons of landmarks, right? Those sort of 3 to 4 page little mini adventures that have a map and some locations and some things, reasons that you would go there. I think they're all beautiful. The Tales from the Lone Land book is the adventure book. It has 6 or 7 adventures, and it's the closest that this game gets to an adventure path, although each quest is designed to be more of a module. Like you could just drop this quest, drop this adventure in. The difference is, drop this quest in, I should say. The difference is there's like a little bit of a through line. There's like a little bit of Easter eggs. There's a little bit of a connection. And so if you want something that's kind of more ready-made to go, I think you should pick up Tales from the Lone Lands. But Ruins of the Lost Realm is basically a description book of mostly, I think, southern Eriador. It's got some extra locations. It's basically like Moria, but not as big. But it's more about go back to the map here. It's more about this part down here around Tharbad, Midhyreth, Enedwaith, maybe even southern Cardolan, right? So like this area of Eriador, Minhiriath. And then there's a new book which just came out last week. It's not even out yet. It's for pre-order. But if you pre-order it, you do get the PDF, which Free League was awesome and sent me. Is a new book which is Hands of the White Wizard, I think is what it's called, and it's about Isengard. And this is, by the way, really cool because Saruman wasn't like really evil yet here. You know, he was, you know, borderline, but he wasn't evil yet. And so it's kind of cool that you have this opportunity to interface with Saruman when he's not a big bad evil guy, which is kind of cool. And that book just came out or just launched for pre-order last week, I think. So they've done a fantastic, and all of the books are super beautiful, high quality. They've got this great cloth matte finish, that same really rough, thick paper, which I think I much prefer these papers to the glossy pages of a lot of modern books. Well, the way I look at it is, well, okay, so there's a couple of problems. Lord of the Rings nerd dump. Okay, so you remember how I said earlier at the beginning of the session, or at the beginning of the stream, that part of the problem with Tolkien's Legendarium is people trying to create stuff. And there's kind of like almost a message there, which is like, don't make anything because it's evil, right? Melkor tried to do his own thing, and he was the big bad guy, right? Aule tried to create the dwarves, and Eru Iluvatar was like, you fucked up. And he was like, oh, I'm sorry. He's like, don't worry, I feel bad, but don't do it again. Well, the Valar were served by lesser angel beings called Maya or Maiar. People know this. People know that Sauron was a Maiar, right? A lesser form of angel than like the big Vala, but still an angel. Gandalf was an angel. Saruman was an angel, right? But what some people don't know is that Saruman used to be a Maya called Kuramo. And Sauron used to be a Maya called, not Anarian, Myron. Mairon. Sauron was a Maya called Myron, and Saruman was a Maya called Kuramo. Both of those Maya served under Aule, the smith. So Sauron and Saruman both basically are crafting smith angels. And I'm not saying that's why they go to evil, but there's like a strong suggestion in the world that like these people, like people who want to create things tend to, want to create their own thing instead of following the plan of God, of Eru Iluvatar. And that gets them in trouble. I also think it's really interesting from an alignment perspective. Morgoth hated the world and hated creation. He wanted to, ruin everything and shit on everything. Morgoth was chaotic evil. Sauron is very much lawful evil. Sauron doesn't want to destroy everything. Sauron wants to rule everything. He wants to bring peace and stability under his reign. And so Sauron joined with Morgoth because they were both team evil. But Sauron is very different in that he is lawful evil, and Morgoth, the big original bad evil Satan, was chaotic evil. But when we think about the 5 Ishtari, right, the wizards that the Valar sent, I like to think of them in terms of alignment, as they're not evil, obviously, but they do reflect the fact that the Valar aren't necessarily like super good. Some of them are, but some of them are also like, follow the rules, you fucks. And so I think that, like, if we think about it in terms of alignment, we don't know much about the blue wizards, so we can't say much about them. But we do know about 3 of the 5 wizards, right? We know Radagast, the brown, we know Gandalf, the gray, and we know Sauron, the white. And from an alignment perspective, they weren't obviously evil. They were sent by the Valar. But I like to think that, like, Radagast was chaotic good. Gandalf was neutral good. But Saruman was, like, lawful neutral. Right? He was never really lawful good. He was like lawful neutral. And everybody knows that, like, lawful neutral is like that alignment that's like really close to going to evil. You know, if you just take it a little too far, you know, if you're in your pursuit for law and order and structure. And so I think that is kind of how I would, in my mind, that's how I would think about, you know, Sauron. And he sees Sauron and he becomes corrupted and the Palantir and all that other stuff. But he sees Sauron as being lawful evil. And he's like, I'm lawful neutral. I kind of have more in common with this Sauron guy than I do with Gandalf, who's neutral good. Or than Radagast, who's chaotic good. I can't fucking stand him. He's just crazy and all over the place. So, you know, I kind of see him as being like, oh, I can't believe this. I'm on team idiots, you know? Like, I'm on team just, like, sit around and vibe. Like, I want to be on team get shit done. I want to be on team make a difference. Tom Bombadil is, like, true neutral in, like, the old school D&D sense where you're like, well, I'm true neutral, so I'm going to flip a coin to decide what I do. So this is an interesting place where these missions, I don't know if this is something that we'll do as a random roll. It could be fun to do as a random roll, but there's also an opportunity again here for chat to have some input on this as well. So then we build up our allies. 4E alignment is the best alignment, Beowulf. Right, Durg, exactly. And you're like, wait, what are you doing? I'm stabbing you in the back. But I'm your ally. Yes, I know, but I healed you last turn. And because I am neutral and I'm dedicated to the balance, I must stab you to balance it out. That's like literally, I remember being a kid and I remember like, we knew that wasn't actually what you were supposed to do. But I remember us thinking like that's, because there's like a description in the AD&D 2nd edition player's handbook about alignment. And it literally describes true neutral as somebody like, no, not druid stuff. True neutral stuff as like literally rolling randomly to determine what they would do next. It's crazy. It's crazy. Side. Oh, wow. Derek's going on a tangent. People are like, no, Derek, please, God, no. Downloads. You would think that, but you would be wrong. Can you see this? Okay, you can. Alignment, page 46. Okay. It might have been 1st edition, so I don't know. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I think it is this one. This is imagining how groups of a different alignment would seek to divide a treasure trove. Suppose that the adventuring party contains one character of each alignment. This is an impossible situation, but useful for illustration. Each then is allowed to present their argument for how they should split the loot. After listening to the above arguments, the true neutral character decides not to say anything. He's not particularly concerned with any choice. If this issue can be solved without his becoming involved, great. But if it looks like one person is going to get everything, that's when he'll step in and cast his vote for a more balanced distribution. The chaotic neutral person, is the one that would flip a coin. The chaotic neutral character is also dead. He tried to charge the Gorgon, so he doesn't contribute to the argument. However, if he was alive, he would join forces with whichever side appealed to him. If he couldn't decide, he'd flip a coin. Anyways, point is, neutral, as described in the original game, was just completely crazy and boring. So I was confusing chaotic neutral with true neutral. So whoever said that was correct. Who said it sounds like chaotic neutral, but the lawful neutral character says, flourishing a sheet of paper, the lawful neutral character breaks in. It's a good thing for you two that I've got things together, nice and organized. I had the foresight to write down the exact terms of our agreement, and we're going to follow them to the T. So the lawful good character says, we agreed to split the treasure evenly, but after we deduct for the cost of the adventurers who died and need to pay for the resurrections. The lawful evil character says, since we agreed to split equally, we should do that, but there was nothing in the deal about paying for anyone else's expenses. It's not my fault if you spend a lot on equipment. Furthermore, this deal only applies to the surviving partners. I don't remember anything about dead partners. I'm not setting aside any money to raise that klutz. He's someone else's problems. And if you are familiar at all with our modern legal system, it should basically sound very familiar to you that our basically modern legal system and the way that we handle contract law is lawful evil. So shocking. Anyways. The early D&D stuff is a trip, man. People now everybody wants to know. Now everybody wants to know what the cat. All right, what did the chaotic good character say? The chaotic good character objects to the whole business. Look, it's obvious that the original agreement is messed up. I say we scrap it and reward people for what they actually did. I saw some of you hiding in the background while the rest of us were doing the real fighting. I don't see why anyone should be rewarded for being a coward. As far as raising dead partners, I say that's a matter of personal choice. I don't mind chipping in for some of them, but I don't think I want everyone back in the group. I mean, that's good. Yeah, lawful good. Follow the spirit of the law. Lawful neutral, follow the letter of the law. Lawful evil, find loopholes in the law to gain as much unfair advantage as you can. That's well said. Derek Rawlings wants to know, but what did the fox say? Ring ding 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 ding. God, that was horrible. All right. So at the start of the campaign, we only get 6 allies. If the previous mission brought hardship to your allies and they did not fully recover from a condition for the fellowship, they still suffer that condition in the new mission. So this is like a very like Darkest Dungeon, right? You're going to have like a stable of characters and you're like, that one's still kind of fucked up. Finally, adjust your readiness score. Hardened allies have proven themselves on a mission. And since it's your first mission, you're hardened, none of your allies are hardened. So if you bring no hardened allies, your bonus is 0. If you bring 1, it's 1. If it's 2, 2. If half of the band, rounding up, it's 3. And if everyone is hardened, it's +4. So if we're all hard, it's +4. Based on the needs of the mission and the allies you have available, decide the makeup of the band by setting the size, the gear loadout, and your specialization. Each of our 5 ratings, which are called dispositions, has a base rating of 2, but then we make them go up or down depending on how we want to equip ourselves. So if we come as a small band, we get a penalty to war, but a bonus to maneuver. If we're large, we get a bonus to war, but a penalty to maneuver. If we're traveling light, we get a minus penalty to war, and we carry a light burden. Prepared is a medium burden, and if we're geared for war, we have a +1 war and a heavy burden. I'm just imagining people now. Large band, geared for war. Ooh, look. If we're sentinels, we get +1 to our vigilance score. If we're stalwarts, we get a +1 to our rally. And if we're experts, we get a +1 to our expertise. Note, if we are, whatever they're called, vanguards, we don't get any sort of bonus to our stat. So that is a disadvantage to being team war. We don't get any stat bonuses. Then we set how aware is the eye. Even deep beneath the misty mountains, the great eye is ever watchful, as servants and spies of the shadow lurk within the dark of Moria. Your base eye awareness will only change between missions when you gain more valor or wield a new famous weapon or armor. Okay. The base value is 0, modified as below. +1 if you're a dwarf, which we will be. +1 for each famous weapon or armor you carry. +1 if your valor gets to 4 or more. However, a larger band has more potential to stir the minions of the shadow, and notable items carried by a hardened ally can further draw the attention of the enemy. Add to the eye awareness for this mission based on the table below. So if we come pack and heat and there's a lot of us, we add +4. And for each famous weapon or armor that is carried by one of our allies, we get an additional +1 for each. Then we set the threshold. At the time of Balin's expedition, Sauron is awake and his spies and servants are on the hunt. The base threshold is set at 14. However, over the course of our missions, we might start pushing back the shadow from Moria, and an area can become more safe, eventually becoming wild or even considered a borderland, in which case the hunt threshold goes up, which means it's good for us. The eye has to get to a higher value before a hunt is triggered. If our last mission was a success, we get +4 because we kicked their ass and they're coming for us. And if our fellowship was hurried when we only took a few hours off, we get a bonus to our hunt as well because we just did something and they're freshly remembered of our actions. If we take weeks off, then the hunt threshold goes down. Okay. So let's imagine we're a dwarf. We're starting off. We have let's say we have a medium-sized band. So we're at +2. So we have 3. Let's say one of our allies has a famous weapon. So +4. Our threat, it's brand new campaign. The hunt threshold is 18. So we start with a 4. And once we get to 18, that triggers the revelation scene. That triggers basically a super hard move. All right. After gathering your gear, steel yourselves ahead. You will likely begin your mission with a journey as you set off from the safe haven along the dark paths of Moria. Jump to 34 to learn about journeys in Moria, and page 219 to learn about journeys in the solo campaign. All right. So whether it is a days-long journey through Moria or investigating an activity, we can use these tools to help our mission. As a solo player, we'll often need to separate our knowledge as player from the limited perspective of our player hero. For example, if a hidden pit is included in the description of our location, our hero does not necessarily know that they have that danger. As solo player, you must decide when rolls are necessary, a task that usually falls to the lore master. It may seem counterintuitive to challenge your own success, but consider that each roll of the dice in the One Ring presents equal opportunities for triumph. Maybe that's the key. Maybe that's what we need to do to traditional, 5e Pathfinder 2 players who are making the switch to, say, a more narrative forward game where we want to, where we're excited by the possibility of complications and problems. And I rolled low on PBTA. I can't wait to see what danger or problem the GM throws my way. Maybe we just need to make everybody play a solo game. Because, if you're a trad player and you're playing a solo game, what are you going to do? Be like, there's no problems, and I win. Okay, cool. Next mission. There's no problems, and I win. I don't have to roll a dice. I win. I have a great idea, and it works. How long would you do that before you'd be like, wait a second, something is missing here? I succeed all the time because I'm so great. I'm just so damn good. My idea was so good, it works. Taking the lead. These rules often dictate whether you will act as your player hero or whether you will make a roll for the band. For example, when you seek to inspire your allies in a battle, it is your player hero's heart and skill that will be tested. But when the band suffers a harmful event, you will be using an endurance test using their rally disposition. Oftentimes, you are left to decide who steps to the forefront, choosing between your hero and one or more members of the band. Some players would never, ever get tired of it. They would just be like, wow, that was so awesome. I need to do that again. So if you're rolling for your player hero, just make a normal roll. If you're rolling for the band, we know that the TN is equal to their readiness, and we would make a skill roll using one of their 5 dispositions. If we choose to use an ally's gift, it can give us a bonus to the die roll. A roll can only gain a bonus from a single gift. Using a gift that gives your ally a focus in the story, a chance to show their quality, but it can also put them in harm's way. Consider how the consequences of a failed roll might affect the ally. In addition to a harrowing outcome or close call, a harrowing outcome or close call will rattle an ally's confidence or capabilities and make the gift ineffective. If you roll an Eye of Sauron when using a gift, that gift is wasted and no longer provokes a bonus. Mark the gift as wasted to indicate it being unavailable. Only during a fellowship phase of extended or brief duration can you clear marked boxes to recover wasted gift. All right. In most cases, the consequence is based on whoever led the action. So that's who gets targeted. When a roll for the band or the player fails in a critical moment, there is a chance for an ally to save the day, but at potentially great cost. To make a desperate stand following a failed roll, choose an ally who will step into the fray. Then repeat the roll, making the roll favored and inspired. If you roll a Gandalf rune, the ally survives. Otherwise, succeed or fail, the ally is lost, having made the ultimate sacrifice for the sake of their fellows. That's awesome. It's basically, you get to push. It's Dragon Bane push. You get to make a new roll, except you actually get advantage with it. So it's like a new roll plus. But you only have that, you have to 1 in 12, well, you get 2 rolls at it, but basically 5 out of 6 times, roughly, the ally dies. Either whether you succeed or fail. Only if you roll that Gandalf rune do they get to live. That's awesome. And this is the kind of thing that I've always wanted to create rules that allowed players to have henchmen and retainers in a way that was quick and flavorful without actually having to make them full characters that required you to roll all these dice rolls. And I've always wanted them to have a rule, something like this, where you can kind of cash them in. That's awesome. Absolutely, Mike. They're totally red shirts. The problem, Mike, is that if you play the game long enough, right, some of these allies aren't going to be red shirts, right? They're going to become hardened. And remember when Beogor, tackled that orc and off the bridge, and then he lived, and they have a cool story. And so when you start treating that character like when you lose that kind of character, it becomes more of like a gut punch. Yeah. Beowulf says, yeah, I need to steal this shit for Pendragon. Beowulf, no. Every time you see a new game, you're like, I got to steal it. But no, this is actually, again, this is like exactly what I've always wanted to do with like hirelings and retainers and men at arms. Because I've talked about before in like BX D&D games, how I like having hirelings and retainers because it provides you with this like ablative armor that really feels more like a loss than just losing hit points. Obviously, your main character can die, and that can still happen. But I think it's really cool when you can have like, oh man, I brought this young kid around as a spear bearer, and then he got killed. And like, ostensibly, it's not really a big deal, but it feels visceral because somebody died. And normally, if somebody dies, it's a player character, and that is kind of problematic after a while. But the problem is, unless you're playing BX D&D, where characters are literally just a hit point, an armor class, and an attack roll. That's it. That's the entire existence of their stat line. Rolling for them and tracking them can be very problematic. I love this rule. And obviously, especially with chat and people sponsoring allies, like this is going to be a big, awesome moment for us in chat when one of these moments comes up. So I think these are awesome rules. And by the way, it's simple, it's direct, it's flavorful, it's fun, it's risky. I demand a prayer chorus when the desperate stand happens here. You just want me to immediately get demonetized. That's what you're saying, Cineboss. Yeah, who would have guessed, Edward, that Beowulf would say that? That's correct. Yeah, okay, I could see that, Beowulf, right. Okay, endurance tests. So this is if your allies get hit. They don't track endurance points the way they do. Instead, we make an endurance test. And what happens? Whenever the band, your allies, faces physical harm, make a rally roll. In a battle, the TN of this roll is modified by the might of their foe. No! Bleh! Bleh! I know my solution is terrible, but I'd rather take Beowulf's suggestion than adding to the TN, which is just to subtract from your roll. As long as the TN stays static, I'd rather subtract from my roll than add to the TN. It's fun. It's exactly the same, but for me, it makes me happier. I would rather do something else involving the dice, but that's complicated and problematic. It's not worth the, and the squeeze is not, the juice is not worth the squeeze. Outside of a battle, modify the roll by an appropriate rate of the damage. If in doubt, make it painful. Got it. Okay, so when in doubt, +1 to the TN, or if it's a really dreadful damage, +3. With a successful rally roll, your allies are unscathed. Their strength and fortitude have won out. On a failure, a member of the band suffers an injury condition. They suffer a fleeting injury. If the ally is currently uninjured. If the ally is already injured, worsen the rank of their injury. Fleeting goes to moderate, moderate goes to severe, severe goes to grievous. If they fail with a Sauron, Eye of Sauron icon, instead roll on the injury severity table to learn the nature of their damage. Oh, one of the following. Okay, so if we roll with the Eye of Sauron, we either roll for that one ally, or we apply the injury condition to 2 allies. So it's either random roll for 1 or injury on 2. And if we roll on the random table and we roll the Eye of Sauron, they get a grievous injury. They are unconscious and dying. If they survive, the grievous injury persists until they receive first aid during a prolonged rest. If they suffer another injury, they are dead. And if we roll the Gandalf room, it's just a fleeting injury. If an ally suffers a grievous injury and then is successfully given first aid, their condition improves to a lingering injury. This will haunt them for the rest of the mission. If they suffer another grievous injury, they are dead. Severe, grievous, and lingering injuries are all serious and count towards your band becoming weary. That's where we start discarding 1s, 2s, and 3s. So if people start getting too injured, if it's just a little bit of a wound, if it's just a flesh wound, it doesn't matter. But once people start getting severe injuries or grievous injuries or lingering injuries, then they start counting towards us becoming weary. So dying allies. If an ally receives a grievous injury, they are incapacitated and dying. They have to be given a healing roll, or within an hour or they will die. Blah, blah, blah. If a grievously injured ally suffers another injury, they are dead. Another dwarf joins the lost souls in the deep dark of Moria. So, I know this isn't the rule in the core game, but I think I kind of like this rule for the core game too. Because in the core game, if I'm correct, if a character suffers a second wound, they are dying and have to receive a successful healing within an hour or they die. But if they do get that successful healing roll, they okay, never mind. Okay. Each healer can only be administered a successful first aid once. A failed healing roll cannot be repleted until at least a day has passed. So the problem here is I think basically you could just keep being considered re-dying. Like there's no like lingering injury. Like you mark a scar or something, but like basically like this was something I noted when I was looking at the game. Not being problematic, but just like Yeah, like I like this idea of this lingering injury, so that if you're at death's door and they save you, then you mark this lingering injury. And if you're in that state and suffer another grievous injury, you're just dead. There's no additional roll, you know? I like that. Anyways, we have rules here for recovering, which is fine. Here are our rules for fatigue. So we suffer fatigue during journey just like a hero does. Instead, allies do not track fatigue points, but they gain fatigue. If we're a light burden, we get a bonus to this roll. If we're in heavy burden or overburden, we get penalties to this roll. With a successful rally roll, your allies bear the hardship of the journey without any noticeable influence, but the prolonged efforts of delving deep into the heart of Moria will surely carry a cost in the long run. If you fail, a member of the band suffers a fatigue condition. If you fail with a Sauron icon, Eye of Sauron, you must do one of the following instead. Set their allies' condition immediately to faltering, shift an ally's condition up 2 ranks, or give it to 2 allies. If we get to collapsed, that ally is incapacitated and taken out. All right, makes sense here. We can also suffer shadow and hope. We can gain hope. Injuries or deaths weigh heavily upon our band. Whenever an ally suffers a severe injury or a grievous injury, gain 1 shadow point. If an ally is killed, lost, or left behind, gain 2 shadow points. If your shadow rating equals or exceeds your current hope rating, you and your band become miserable. Because remember, we share our shadow rating with our group. Gilmore, CFB is carved from Brindlewood, Beowulf. So it's Brindlewood Bay. If your shadow score reaches your maximum hope, you and your band become ill-favored on all rolls, and you can only get rid of this by doing a bout of madness. It randomly affects the player, hero, or 1 ally. Chosen or randomly selected by the player. So this is another fun one where we might be able to do this as a chat. The bout of madness will undoubtedly cause trouble for the band. Flaws apply to you and the band as a whole, but can manifest within an individual. When a flaw is gained, make note of it. If a situation in your story triggers a flaw, consider how this creates conflicts within the band. In addition, a flaw can cause roles to become ill-favored as described. If you and your band advance to the end of the Shadow Path, your fellowship is broken. Your quest to aid Balin and reclaim the Khazad-dûm is over. Game over, we lose. So again, if we roll an I result on the ill fortune table, this will raise the eye awareness score by 2. This is in addition to the increase from the initial eye result. Remember, every time we roll an Eye of Sauron, our hunt rating goes up by 1. When our eye awareness rating matches or exceeds our hunt threshold, we face a revelation episode. Imagine a threat that best represents the current situation, or roll from the table to select one from the Moria revelation episodes, right? Like orcs come out of the darkness to assault us. We have a random treasure chamber from uncountable treasures lying in the darkness of Moria, a lesser hoard, a greater hoard, a marvelous hoard. I mentioned this in the One Ring, but I love that they call them hordes. Feels very appropriate. We still have to create a treasure index. This could be a fun thing for people to sponsor. So maybe, obviously there's only so many allies that we can have, but something that you might be able to do as a patron or a viewer is sponsor a treasure and add it to our treasure index, which would be kind of cool, right? That'd be fun. Get to make a cool piece of ancient dwarf or maybe, elven lore for a treasure from fallen Eregion or something like that. Flex your Lord of the Rings lore and why this is in Moria. Again, Moria's been around for 7,000+ years. There's a lot of stuff there. So then we get into the solo tools. So this is where we basically get into like the Mythic GM emulator. So for those of you who aren't familiar with the Mythic Game Master emulator, it's basically a way to sort of say, how likely do I think this thing is to happen? Assign it odds and then roll a die to see if it does happen. So this is, in this game, it's called the telling table. So like how likely is it that this dwarf lord has the information that we actually need? And we might go, it's probably pretty likely. And then we'll roll the dice. And if we roll a 4 or greater on our D12, the answer is yes. But if we roll the Gandalf room, it's always yes with an extreme result or twist. And if we roll the Eye of Sauron, it's always no with an extreme result or twist. So they show here an example. For example, your player hero casts their torch against a stone fresco draped with cobwebs, seeking familiar icons or figures in the scenes depicted. You ask, do I recognize anything in this fresco? You set the chance to doubtful and roll. You roll a Gandalf rune, which is always yes, but with an extreme result or twist. You determine, perhaps with the help of the lore table, that your player hero does in fact recognize something in the fresco, the well-worn symbol of a great dwarven house, members of which now accompany Balin in this very quest. Perhaps they would know more. And by the way, this is another area where we can use chat polls. Instead of rolling, I could say, when we get to a certain point, and I'm not really sure which way the story could go, I can push it all to you as the sort of Lord Master and say, hey, here's the vote. Is it certain? Is it likely? You know, or like, you know, does it, hell, we don't even need that. We could just say, you know, do I recognize anything in this fresco? And we could just say yes or no and let people vote. Or something like that, right? Like we could use chat as a sort of, not just an RNG, but as a way to sort of steer the story, which is pretty cool. Like we could still use this table, but the idea here is this is a way for you as the creator of the solo player to disclaim decision-making, right? And leave it up to chance. And again, I mean, we were arguing about this earlier today. Arguing is we were having a passionate discussion about the role of dice in role-playing games. And, you know, this in a nutshell is basically what role-playing games are for. I don't care that there's a game master. I think it's cool when the dice take us in a direction that doesn't know, you know, that no one knows. And you might say, well, we don't need something like this when you have a GM. True, but then the GM is just making a decision. And there's a part of me that doesn't like that. I like it when the decision is offloaded to fate. And here is what they call the lore table. So this is great for just getting random adjectives and random creations of stuff. So like the table includes 4 columns: action, aspect, focus, and feature. So for example, you know, if you've ever used Toad, right? Then you're very familiar with this and creating ideas. Like, for example, to roll on this table, roll a d12 to determine the section and roll on a success die. Like, what is this dwarf's nature? All right, so I'm going to roll a d12. I got a 9, so we got to go to table 9. And then we got to get a PDF that loads correctly. Here we go. And then I'm going to roll d6. And I got a 3. So his nature is to summon. Or sorry, aspect. He's twisted. Oh, okay. See? Already, that's a cool new direction. What does it mean this dwarf is twisted? What if this dwarf has been secretly corrupted by the Balrog? What if he's like being corrupted by the shadow and he's been infiltrated, right? Now, my player hero doesn't know that, but we know that, right? And this dwarf is actually kind of like a mole, right? He's like a dark agent. Or maybe he's corrupted by Sauron or whatever like that. How we might pass that off and make a roll. Like, would it be cooler if he's corrupted by the Balrog, by Sauron, or by something else? What if it's something else? That'd be kind of cool. So we could just take that and build from that. So this is an example of using the Oracle table to come up with cool ideas. So these are the fortune and ill fortune results. If you're taking an action and want to challenge, and want to give the challenge additional focus in an especially dramatic moment, use a result that includes the Gandalf rune or Eye of Sauron to represent circumstances and events beyond the control of your hero. So in other words, when you roll a Gandalf rune, also roll on this Or if you roll the Eye of Sauron rune, roll on this to sort of really up the stakes, right? So it basically makes Gandalf runes have this extra benefit, and it makes Eye of Sauron have this extra penalty. Many situations in the solo rules or in the One Ring rules will have a predefined result for Eye of Sauron or Gandalf runes. These tables are not meant to combine with these results. Use them in dramatic moments when your fortunes and ill fortunes are open to interpretation, right? So, like, for example, let's say that we're trying to climb, right? And we roll an Eye of Sauron. A favored weapon or item is lost or broken or sacrificed. What if an ally's favorite magical weapon or whatever falls to the depths? We grab onto him at the last moment, but his item is lost down a chasm in Moria. And we're like, no! And then there's like, we have to have a mission. We got to get it back. And then it's like this suicide squad to go into the depths of Moria just to get back a magic item. My father's axe. I swear a blood oath. I will return it. Anyways. Team CFB hype, Forsyth. So if we roll 6s on our D6, which is the sides that have the Tengwar rune, we can still get some additional benefits, like canceling failures or scoring additional successes or gaining insight, all that other stuff. Milestones. Okay, in the One Ring, we get experience points, rewards, and fellowship point refreshes are earned at the end of gameplay sessions, which we would pretty much do here. If this works for the format of your solo campaign sessions, there's no need to adjust. But one advantage of solo gaming is flexibility. Your session might be only a few minutes, or it could be a few hours, which would obviously make session-based rewards kind of meaningless because, like, what's a session? So if you prefer to earn these rewards, you can instead mark the growth through milestones. Oh, that's kind of cool. Actually, if you know what? Look at this. If you want, you could use this as a replacement. If you don't like the session-based rewards of the One Ring, and you instead want to have more of a Dragon Bane or Forbidden Lands type XP system, right? Where basically, you ask, did you explore a new area? Did you accomplish a great goal against the shadow? Did you find a sweet magical item? Did you overcome a meaningful foe? Instead of using the Lord of the Rings standard system, where you get 3 and 3 every session, regardless of what you did, you could instead use this table and tweak it a little bit, because obviously this one specifically is creating a new safe haven within Moria. But you could use this table to give your players more or less adventure points or skill points, depending on what they did in that session, which I think is kind of cool. And I would actually be tempted to use, because everyone here knows I do like XP rewarding players for, doing the things that the game is about. And I think that if you have a kick-ass session where you do a bunch of stuff, I could totally see you potentially even earning more than 3. At the same time, if you have a session where not a lot happens and not a lot of risk, is it risked or rewarded, I could also see you just earning less. Right? Legend of the Five Rings, you get 1 XP per hour because the game is fundamentally about you just pretending to be a samurai. I don't necessarily know that Lord of the Rings is like that. Lord of the Rings for me should be about your characters going out on quests and fighting back against the forces of the shadow and having these meaningful moments. All right. Meanwhile, I also like this rule. So one of the problems I have with the fellowship rules is your fellowship points are used to recover hope. But they refresh on the session. And a session could be 5 encounters, or it could be 1 encounter. And so it doesn't really feel particularly tied to the concept of fellowship. So here, where session is a meaningless term, they instead have some criteria for what could potentially refresh or bring up your fellowship. Basically, whenever you have a bonding moment, a true bonding moment, that can refresh your fellowship, which I think is really, really cool. And I like that a lot better. It kind of almost brings in a Fabula Ultima, bonds scene, kind of, sort of. So I actually like both of these better than the One Ring core rules. For sure. So, stolen. All right. Battles. What prowls the darkness beyond the bridge of Khazad-dûm? For many centuries, the glorious kingdom of Durin the Deathless has been host to goblins, trolls, and viler things still. You and your band will undoubtedly encounter these foes in your journey through the long dark. And in those times, trust the comrades at your shoulder to do steel in hand. Yeah, this is great, Pumpkin. I think I'm right there with you. Like, imagine a scene where an ally is lost doing a blaze of glory, right? And as a group, me, you, chat, we take that moment, right, to memorialize that tragic loss, right? We come together and we honor his memory, and we do this really cool moment of bonding. And that is what triggers a fellowship refresh. That feels right? We're finding strength in each other, even in a great loss. And similarly, like in the extended edition, I know you've all watched it, in the extended edition of Two Towers, where, you see the flashback to Boromir and Faramir, and Boromir's like, break out the ale, these men are thirsty, right? After they take back Osgiliath. What an awesome moment. Him and his brother clinking ale. Today, little brother, life is good, right? That's the kind of thing that should refill fellowship, not the session ended. So I love that. And, to the people, reminding people, this is a reason to turn FBT into meaningful mechanical components of the game. I don't mind role-playing. I don't like pointless role-playing just for the sake of, pretending to be an elf. What I do like is taking meaningful action and describing it and having it interact with the rules in a meaningful way. And when you have meaningful fiction and meaningful mechanics, that's when you get that awesome connection that Mike Underwood was talking about on his Daggerheart streams, right? Where you're weaving together this fiction mechanical interface, and it's greater than the sum of its parts, right? Just role-playing, boring. Just mechanics, boring. But together, 1 and 1 make 3. And that's why TTRPGs are always at the high. I love trading card games and I love board games, but that is why TTRPGs always go to the height, because they have this advantage that they can be more than the sum of their parts. Right. True role playing. Yes, Zipper Fist. Yes. That is correct, Zipper Fist. Also, most episodes of Critical Role. Just saying. All right. Let's see how battles work. This section offers rules for leading your band in pitched battles. These alternatives to the standard one-ring combat rules help speed up play for a solo player, support even larger scale conflicts, and put the focus on the exploits of you and your band. Let's be clear here. We're playing solo, folks. And I think the Lord of the Rings combat system is actually really awesome. I want to shout out a viewer, if you're watching, which you might be, but probably on the VOD. I had a chat from MCRP Games. So shout out MCRP Games. They leave comments a lot. They said it was in response to our One Ring combat live stream. They said, it's ironic to me that the game, the One Ring, tells the GM to make combat rare. Because of all the games I've played and game mastered, I found the One Ring RPG to be the one with the most enjoyable combat system. It's dangerous, quick, intense, and fun. I get why they made that choice, but I would join a combat-focused One Ring campaign in a heartbeat. And I got to be honest with you, I've run a couple sample combats just to get a better hang on it, and I think it's a fantastic combat system. So I'm not opposed to just using the rules. But Mascure, this is solo rules for the One Ring. Yes, Mascure. So it looks like the battle offers us a couple different aspects. There's a clash. Oh, there's a lot of stuff here. Wow. Oh, wow. Oh. Okay. There's a duel. That's sick. A duel. Oh. Can you guys imagine a moment where our player hero, the solo player hero, does a duel to save the rest of the band? Oh, what a moment that would be, wouldn't it be? That'd be awesome. All right. So hold on a sec here. Other actions in battle. Okay, and then we have councils. Okay, so let's take a look here. A battle is organized, so clashes. A battle is organized into rounds of clashes. Each clash is a chaotic frenzy of attacks, maneuvers, and parries. So it's a montage. It's a lot of action. The heart of each clash, the point at which you might turn the tide or face grievous setbacks, is the clash roll. This is the entire efforts of the band for that entire round, right? So it's basically a one roll per round. When battling denizens of the darkness of Moria, the band may find itself fighting on multiple fronts, or holding off enemies while struggling to complete a task. These risky tasks are battle objectives. It might be a heavy door that has to be forced open, a wall that must be scaled, a prisoner to be rescued, or an item to be recovered. Objectives can represent your ultimate goal in the battle, or it could just be an opportunity or an obstacle that arises in a fight. If an ally is grievously injured and falls in the midst of the battle, getting them out of the way becomes a new objective. If you find your battle is turning against you and you seek to withdraw, the escape becomes, now I'm starting to see the Sean Tompkins Ironsworn Starforge, right? In Ironsworn Starforge, everything's a clock. And so this is definitely getting, I'm starting to see the DNA here. Right, where you're just juggling a bunch of different clocks. Battle objectives are given a resistance: 3 simple, 6 laborious, 9 daunting, 12 overwhelming. Successes gained in the clash roll can be applied to reducing this resistance. If it falls to 0, you and your band have achieved that goal, right? So this is clock management. But the idea is that you might have a bunch of clocks. You're already trying to fight a rear guard action against the orcs, but then, Bjorn falls, and now we put down a new clock. Can we recover him, right? He's not dead, but he's dying. He's unconscious. And it's like, now do we fight back and try to recover his body and before we complete our rear guard action? And you're kind of torn and tense between all these different actions. Some objectives serve as obstacles, right? So we have this idea of linked obstacles, right? We might need to cross a wide bridge if we want to engage the archers. If an obstacle stand in your way, you cannot apply successes to it until we reduce that other obstacle to 0. Otherwise, on the other hand, if nothing prevents you from taking an obstacle, then we can claim it automatically. Advantages give your band an edge in the fight. You gain an advantage at the start of the battle by successfully positioning your band, and then you can secure new advantages throughout the midst of the fight by outmaneuvering the enemy, right? So this is taking the idea, because, right, we're a band. We could be up to like 12 people. That's like a full Mordheim band. So we're getting this idea of not just fighting, but like maneuvering and positioning. Advantages are either temporary or persistent. So it's kind of like fate aspects. A temporary advantage is only used once. A persistent advantage remains as long as you keep getting successes on your clash roll. If you fail that roll, any advantages are lost, right? So like, yeah. So we're going to get tags and stuff. So like if our group manages to take the high ground, we can gain that as a persistent advantage that we can continue to give us +1 dice. However, if we ever lose the clash roll, we lose that persistent advantage, right? Because it's like they forced us down out of our high ground position. But a temporary advantage might be something like, I don't know, knocking the enemy prone or forcing them back, right? It's not something that's like so permanent. It gives us an advantage once we use it, it's gone. Complications are just the opposite. They cause us to lose a dice. They are either temporary or persistent. When you suffer a complication, take note of it and give it a name. Broken ranks, toppled pillar. Oh man, this is starting to sound a lot like how I ran Theater of the Mind Dungeon Time Extreme. Right? We use these ideas of, because it was Theater of the Mind, and because we had a larger party, right? We had like 6 or 7 PCs in that game, but it was Theater of the Mind, and they'd be fighting like 20 monsters at once, like 20 goblins, 15 goblins. We used a lot of like positional terminology. Like I would say things like, the orcs are pressing in against your ranks. The shield wall is starting to crumble. They're beginning to flank you. And we just expressed it in 5e terms, which meant advantage or disadvantage. But we were using Shadow of the Demon Lord, so, it was boons or banes on the D6. So this is really cool. And it's very fate adjacent, which makes sense for, a solo game. But also really cool. Sometimes there's nasty monsters. War party. So these are our foes. A war party is composed of foes from barbarous trolls to hordes of orcs. They are represented by might and resistance. Might is how strong they are. Resistance is their numbers and fortitude. So might is how their power. Resistance is how many of them, but it's also how tough they are, right? High resistance could be a shitload of orcs, or it could just be a couple of trolls. The War Party stats table provides the might and resistance for the various scales of War Party. You can quickly set them on this. If you're not sure, roll a die. If you lead a large band, you are likely to draw the attention of larger, more powerful foes, making your roll on this ill-favored. If you lead a small band, you are favored. Basically, if you come packing with a bunch of people, you're more likely to fight a bunch of people. So there we go. If we roll an Eye of Sauron, we get a horde. Might 3, resistance 12. If we roll a Gandalf rune, it's just a small patrol. Might 0, resistance 3. Oh, Edward reminding that if you like this, please support this channel. Give us a thumbs up. Head over to Twitch and support us with your Twitch Prime sub. Maybe you could drop a super chat or a tip or a super thanks. Those are always nice. But of course, what I'd really love you to do is join our Patreon and become part of our community. Join for a month, $5. See if you like it. Maybe get into some games. Talk with some people 24/7. Run a game, play 5 games. See what's available. And if you don't like it, well, at least you tried. But we'd also appreciate the support. Remember, even if you give me $5 once, you have done more for me than 99.9% of people who ever watch YouTube. Not just me, but everybody, right? So it would mean a lot to me, and I really would appreciate it. But you also might find an incredible community and get to play a lot of cool games. So it could work out for you as well. I mean, ideally, it would work out for both of us. An arch foe, if we want to add something to this war band, they add to the party's might and resistance. In addition, the presence of an arch foe causes you to lose 1 dice on each of your clash troll, such as an orc chieftain, a cave troll set loose by its handlers. The presence of an arch foe bolsters the presence of darkness and harries our efforts to claim victory. So there we go. We roll the dice. Oh, nice. I like that. To generate a war band, you roll a d12 and a d6. And they're different, so you can do it in one roll. So like if you roll an Eye of Sauron and a 6, you have a greater arch foe and a horde. Yikes. The effects of an arch foe persist until the band achieves victory in the overall battle, or if the arch foe is defeated in a one-on-one direct confrontation with your player hero. If an arch foe is present, choose an appropriate adversary from the core rules or from other One Ring supplements. If your player stands with an arch foe head on, You will play out the fight with the standard, the one ring combat rules. Oh, okay. That must be the duel that they're talking about. All right, beginning the battle. In the beginning of the battle, you and your band are seeking some goal other than simply defeating your foes. Make that the goal. Got it. The monsters are a different challenge, right? We are trying to do something. If the battle is straight up murder, don't give it objectives, although one might arise in the course of the battle. On the other hand, if you are simply seeking to simply flee the battle, unwilling to risk the lives of your allies, then escape becomes your objective. Next, we visualize the field of battle. We could roll randomly. There's also the random chamber generator that we saw way back in the book, such as concealed smoke or steam, a bridge over a chasm, endless stairs, cramped passages and chambers. And it says, note many advantages or complications that might come from the aspects of the battlefield due to this encounter. After the battle is joined, decide if you are successfully array your forces for the start of the fight or are you outmaneuvered. Consider what triggered the battle. Were we surprised? Did we set an ambush? Or are we using our band's expertise to prepare fortification? Make the roll favored or ill-favored if one side has a clear advantage. Make a battle roll to ready your band for the fight. If you roll succeeds, gain 1 dice as a temporary advantage, upper hand, on the first clash roll, or a persistent advantage if you roll the Gandalf rune. If it fails, you get a temporary complication, caught off guard, and then a failure with an Eye of Sauron, it's a persistent complication. Then we go through the clash sequence. We select what our leader is going to do. We set our band's stance. We make a roll, and we resolve. So our leader can either command, inspire, fight, or duel. So if we command, we make a battle roll, and we can aid our allies' clash die. If we inspire, we can make an enhearten roll, and we will inspire our allies. If we fight, we can make a check and try to wear down our enemy's resistance. And if we duel, we go off and one-on-one fight the arch foe. All right, that's pretty cool. Note that if we try to inspire our allies and we fail, we gain a shadow point. It's pretty depressing when your leader can't inspire you in a battle. I should also note that as we make our dwarf, it sounds like it's going to be really important for us to have battle and enhearten as skills. Just saying. Then, after deciding what our leader is going to do, that's the player. That's what I decide to do. That's Derek's decision. But then the band, that would be you guys, get to decide what they're going to do. Are they going to be aggressive? Are they going to be balanced, guarded, or fleeing? If they're aggressive, the roll is ill-favored. Oh, interesting. But they immediately reduce the resistance of their foe or an object by 1 point, no matter what the outcome is. If it's balanced, nothing happens. If it's guarded, they make their roll favored, but if they roll any success icons on the clash roll, we ignore those. Got it. So the clash roll must be how badly we get hurt. If we flee, we make the clash roll using maneuver instead of war, and success icons are ignored except when applied to escape a battle. Got it. So if we choose fleeing, we get to roll maneuver instead of war, and we don't get to use our success icons unless that is applied to a new objective, which is called run away. Run away! Bravely run away. Brave Sir Robin ran away. Rather than making multiple rolls for the actions of all your allies and all your enemies, you make one clash roll for the entire round. This represents the efforts of your band, supported by you, against the strength of your foes. It is the summation of mighty blows, desperate parries, and whistling arrows. Imagine the clash as a frenetic, dramatic scene, with your choice influencing the focus of the action. Before rolling, consider the intent of the phase for the fight and what strategies and maneuvers your allies undertook. With a success on the clash roll, you can transform that intent into action. Make a war check or a maneuver if you're fleeing against your foe's might. Apply any advantages and complications. Remember to subtract a die if an arch foe is present. You can also use an ally's gift as a bonus to this roll. If you do, that ally should be at the forefront of this action as you visualize the scene, and might become the most exposed if the band faces a cost. So we roll D12 plus a bunch of D6 and see what we get. If we succeed, we gain 1 success to spend on the Clash success table. Every 6 that we roll provides an additional benefit. If we fail, we have to make an endurance test for the band. In addition, we lose any persistent advantages. If we fail with an Eye of Sauron, we face a setback. Make an endurance test, then roll on the setback table. So let's say we're battling, we're at war. We get a success, we get a 6. We get 2 successes. So we can allocate them. So we could reduce the foe's resistance by 1. So we could do that twice. We could move towards an objective and reduce an objective by 1 or do it twice. We could remove a persistent complication. We could spend a success to gain an advantage, or 2 to get a permanent advantage, like seize the high ground. And we could also harry the arc foe. Only select this if our player hero is dueling the arc foe. We get a bonus for each die or each success here spent. If we roll that Eye of Sauron, we get some bad stuff, such as a new arc foe appears, our band falters and might run away for failing morale. We might have to immediately make an injury severity on one of our allies. Our player hero might get attacked or receive a wound. The terrain might fracture or start to favor our enemy. Our foes could gain ground or outflank you. So this is very similar to how I ran PBTA 5e, where when a player would roll low, it would be like I would make a GM move and describe how, like, you know, again, literally, the orcs are gaining ground. They're breaking through your shield wall. They're starting to outflank you. That's pretty cool. All right. If you choose to duel, then we use the standard one ring combat rules. We use the normal stats for our foe. If you're playing co-op with another player, oh, how cool would it be? Oh, tip goal. For certain special sessions, Bob makes a dwarf. And if we can get Bob over, Bob and I will duo queue, right? Like we'll be here in person or something. And then it'll be me and Bob co-oping the solo game, but we'll have 2 dwarf leaders. And then Bob and I can both fight against the arch foe together. And we can make our decisions together. That's pretty sick. Like if we know that we're going against like an orc war boss, right? I'm like, we got to get Bob on this. All right, folks, tip goal. We got to get Bob over here. We got to get him we can get the co-op play. We need the co-op mode. All right. Cool. The duel occurs in a different time scale, right? Because the clash mode represents, bunch of fights, a bunch of rounds of fights. So if you do engage with the arch foe, take care, Jake. We play out 3 close combat rounds in the duel, and then we pause the fight, and then we do another clash round, and then we return to the duel. As long as you remain in the fight with the archfoe, choose duel as your leadership focus. Then after the clash is resolved, play out another 3 rounds of close combat. Imagine that the chaos is still raging around in the background, just out of focus. I love the language here. Set your stances as normal, forward, open, defensive. If you are in a position to attack from afar, use the rearward stance. I mean, that's going to depend on the fiction, of course. The normal considerations of stances in comparing the number of enemies does not apply to solo player. Instead, you should only choose from the stances that are justifiable in the fiction. There you go. If you are embroiled in a close quarters duel and can't reasonably fall back to pelt your foe with arrows, don't take rearward. In addition, not all combat tasks are available to you. Since your band is not considered a company, you cannot select rally comrades or protect companion. If you are using the Strider mode supplement, you can also use the skirmish stance and gain ground stance. So we'll have to look at that. However, remember, If you gain one or more successes on your clash row, you can spend those successes to send your allies against your archfoe to aid in. As noted in the clash successes, each success spent in the aid against the archfoe provides a 1-die duel bonus to use within the scope of the duel. Each bonus die can be spent as followed. Gain 1 die on a skill roll or combat proficiency roll, or roll and add the value of a success die to the damage. Oh, sick. Sick. What game did that? Was that Nimble? There was a game that we were looking at recently. Maybe it was Worlds Without Number, right? Where you could use your bonus damage dice to like trade. Like, yeah, I think it was Worlds Without Number. Worlds Without Number had those bonus damage dice, but you could spend them to do other things. That's neat. If you do gain multiple bonus dice, they can be spent on a single roll, or you can divide them up against. Oh, that's so cool, right? You do the clash. The clash can generate a bunch of bonus dice that then you can take into 3 rounds of close combat. That's cool. Advantages and disadvantages are cool. When resolving in a clash, the actions of the enemy are folded into the clash roll. However, when dealing with an archfoe, you are operating from the focus protection of the One Ring. The back and forth is given more of a detail and includes choices and actions of the enemy. Thus, you will find yourself in the unique position of controlling both your player hero and the archfoe who stands against you. Not me, I have chat. So chat will get to decide how they trigger special icons and fell abilities. Or maybe if we do have an archfoe, somebody in chat can be nominated as like, you get to control the archfoe for that fight and you get to decide the actions. That would be pretty cool. All right. And then there's a section here about the larger scale perspective of battle will generally cover the actions, but you could also incorporate objectives, advantages, and complications. However, if a risky and complex action doesn't fit into the framework of a clash or duel, you can always make a skill roll and apply the consequences and move back and forth, of course. By the way, this is intended for big pitched fights. If you want to have a combat, but don't want it to have even be this thing, you could just make a might roll normally. Just to make one, like literally a one and done skill check for a smaller scale fight. If your foe's resistance is reduced to 0, you are victorious. This might mean the enemy combatants are killed outright or that the survivors break and flee. If in doubt, roll on the telling table. The battle is also over if your band successfully flees. However, you should consider how pursuing or aware foes might complicate your mission. If the battle goes against your band, you might be moved to surrender. Note, however, that servants of the enemy do not generally give quarter unless ordered specifically to take prisoners. Finally, the battle is done if you and your band are killed or otherwise incapacitated. The long dark of Moria has claimed more Dwarven souls. Can you imagine if God forbid that, the day that we TPK, that'll be quite the day. So we have rules for councils. It kind of works the same way, using setting resistance. As a solo player, it might feel strange to role play with yourself. I agree. But, think about more about the discussions. That seems pretty simple. We've already covered the journey rules. And we have information here about setting the distance. It's all the same basic stuff that we saw for the journey rules. You use a maneuver test for your entire band. Remember, that maneuver roll can be affected by how small and how large we are. If the roll is successful, gain +1 dice on your travel roll, plus another 1 dice for each success icons. If it fails, lose a die. Then make a travel roll for your player hero. Okay, so we're also going to need travel. So basically, our band can help us or hinder us, and then our hero has to make the travel roll. Roll the journey event, and here is the solo journey event. Follow the journey rules as below. Since you don't assign roles, the target for an event is either you or the band. Choose as is appropriate for the nature of the event, or leave it in the hands of fate. And let an odd be the band and an even be the hero. Then resolve the solo journey attempt to determine the type of event. By default, journeys are within a dark land, and thus this roll is ill-favored. You roll with disadvantage. Based on the journey events table, imagine an incident or opportunity in a way that fits the situation and sounding. Then make a test using the appropriate skill or disposition. Reveal the nature of the event using an event detail table. So there we go. To help envision the event, you can use this to expand the information. So again, just, if we get, if we roll 1 through 2 on our D12, we have the long dark of Moria. And let's say we roll a D6. Odd is, I think odd is us. Odd result be the band. So I rolled an odd, so I rolled a 3, so it's the band. And this is the long dark of Moria. And I got a 6. Drums in the deep. Explore or maneuver. In this case, it's our band, so they have to maneuver to navigate away from the burgeoning threat, right? And if the roll fails, we gain 2 shadow points of dread, right? So you can imagine, our band is moving in, and we have one of our, maybe 1 or 2 of our bands are scouting ahead, and, they're moving through the darkness of Moria, and then they hear it ever so slightly. At first, it sounds just on the edge of hearing, and then begins to build drums in the deep, right? And now they have to quickly, they know that an orc war party is closing in on the band's position. And very quickly, they have to make a maneuver test to lead us away from this threat. And if we fail, we gain shadow points, right? Because the fear begins to grow in our heart as this orc band is closing in our position. Very cool. And if we roll a deadly arc and roll a 1, we get ambushed immediately. So there we go. So very, very, very cool stuff here. And by the way, you can probably use this stuff for not solo play as well. Then at the end of a journey, we go into our fellowship phase, and we have to decide if we have hours, days, or weeks. Within Moria, darkness is always at your doorstep. Unfortunately for the harried dwarves of Balin's expedition, the time spent in fellowship is time given over to the minions of the shadow. Delays will turn the advantage to your foes and begin lowering the hunt threshold when you next set off on a mission. But these delays might be necessary to rest and recuperate. When playing a solo campaign, choose the duration of your fellowship phase and the associated recoveries. Yule festivals went unobserved by the members of Balin's expedition. The critical nature of their mission and the pressing dangers of Moria do not allow the time and comfort of a return home phase. A Yule fellowship phase is not possible. These guys don't even get Christmas. That's brutal. So you can see that if we want to, we can take weeks. But remember, this means that the hunt value drops and that the shadow can advance more. But if we do it, we can recover all of our hope points. We can remove up to 3 points of shadow. We get back all of our endurance. We can recover all of our gifts. Basically, we get everything back. We heal a player wound. We clear all injury and fatigue, and we get 2 undertakings. But if we only take a few days, we get less hope. We only clear fatigued and faltering conditions. We heal a wound unless we suffered a dying wound, and we only get 1 undertaking. But the shadow has less time to prepare. And if we only take a couple of hours break, only our hero recovers their endurance, our allies, no time, and then we don't get any time for undertakings. But the shadow doesn't get to, in fact, the hunt score goes up, meaning like we're kind of putting the shadow on the back foot. And then let's see what here we could do here. The fellowship phase can be interrupted. The shadow, this is like interrupting camp in Torchbearer. The shadow was always at Balin's doorstep during their expedition, and there's always a chance during a brief or extended fellowship that it is interrupted by a crisis, right? Like there is no truly safe haven. After you have recovered, but before you start taking any undertakings, roll a feat die. If the duration is extended, that's the multi-week recovery, make that roll ill-favored. That's roll 2d12 disadvantage. If you reveal an Eye of Sauron, a fellowship phase interruption occurs. This may require you to play out a scene to interrupt the crisis, like Orcs attack. That's awesome. That's awesome. That's so cool. All right. So what can we do? Well, during our, by the way, your goal as a leader among Balin's expeditions to eventually assemble a band of proven allies. While performing updates for your hero during the fellowship phase, you can choose to award one surviving ally with the hardened status. Pick an ally who demonstrated exceptional skill, bravery, or loyalty during their mission and make them hard. So, you guys in chat will be, advocating for me to make you hard if you've sponsored an ally. The hard god comes for you all. Only award hardened status at the conclusion of a challenging mission and for worthy deeds. Optionally, you can also give a hardened ally a title celebrating a deed or quality and add that to their name. Fuck yeah. Bjorn the Mighty, so-and-so the Wise. Kingly gifts. Marvelous artifacts. That's, by the way, great. We were talking about that earlier. That's the line from Gimli, right? Oh, that was a kingly gift. When he's talking about the shirt of mithril rings that Thorin gave to Bilbo. Marvelous artifacts, wondrous items, and famous weapons or armor are fitting gifts for a proven ally. If you have recovered such treasures in the course of your adventures, you can grant them as a kingly gift to a hardened ally as a noble recognition of their valor and sacrifice. Oh, how cool would you feel if your ally got given a kingly gift? Sweet. But giving them a kingly gift will make it so that the eye is more aware of your presence. But here are some of the new undertakings you can take. Once per year, if you have successfully returned from a mission to secure a strategic location with Moria, you and other members of Balin's expedition may establish that location as a new safe haven, a new foothold in Balin's quest to reclaim Khazad-dûm. The points between the safe haven and the new safe haven are considered a wild land instead of a dark land. You also gain 3 adventure points and 3 skill points in recognition of this awesome milestone. Fuck yeah, that's awesome.
I am strong.
And this is smog, but it's appropriate. All right, we can also, as we get success, people will flock to our banner. Choose this undertaking to expand your ranks. If your band numbers fewer than 4 people, gain allies up to 4. Otherwise, gain 1 ally for every rank in valor that you have. So at the beginning of the game, we'll be getting 1 new ally every time we take this. These allies become added to your roster for the band and can now be selected for missions. We can also do spiritual recovery for our character for shadow removal. And that looks like it's about it. I could see maybe doing a little bit of house ruling and adding some cool new features for fellowship phase. Because right now it's just reclaim a safe haven once a day or recruit allies or solo play or spiritual recovery. No, that's not even an action. It's just how much to remove. Or does it say that the other actions are available? Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to take a look. Either way, very cool. I mean, I guess most of the time you're going to just be basically trying to gain allies. I don't know. We'll see how quickly allies die. The end of all things. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given to us. Your missions into Moria in the solo campaign are assumed to occur between the beginning and the heights of Balin's 5-year expedition. You can mark the end of your campaign once you successfully build a band of 12 hardened allies and undertake a final great mission into the depths of Moria. There is time within the scope of Balin's expedition to become a hero or to fall to a shadow. Despite your efforts and those of countless other brave dwarves, the shadow eventually repels Balin's valiant campaign and the king of Moria and every dwarf dies. The exploits of your band are lost to time. But perhaps the history of your band is written in the crumbling pages of a journal, abandoned in those silent halls, waiting to be uncovered by a new expedition to Moria. Or fuck that. What if we say fuck the canon? We actually save Moria. And that's it. Those are the solo rules. I am fucking impressed. That is cool. That is really cool. I'm really impressed. That's really awesome. I think we're gonna have a lot of fun with this. The allies have a lot more. I love that each ally gets their own little stat block. It's obviously simple. I love that's gonna be a great way to get certain people really invested in the game. It'll be tragic when and if they die. And you know, I think that'll be awesome. So I think that'll be really, 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 really cool. And I'll finally get to play the One Ring. No, I'm just kidding. Plus, we have the Oracle tables, but we have chat, you know. This is what I wanted Band of Blades to be. Yeah, exactly, Gilmore. 100%. Absolutely. I agree. Well, no, fuck that. Like, again, I obviously I am a Tolkien fan. I don't give a shit that Balin dies. No, fuck that. Maybe Balin doesn't die. Right? Our game is taking place at this time. And you know what? You know what Balin didn't have? Balin didn't have us. So, you know, history can go a very different direction. History is written by the survivors. Maybe Balin dies and we take over and we conquer it. Maybe we do kill the Balrog. So for me, that's the fun of this. I don't feel in any way beholden to the canon that occurs after the fact, because I'm not planning on playing in that canon. And you know what I mean? Like, our game's going to end long before that ever becomes an issue. Sorry, I plugged in my watch to charge, and it apparently is unplugging and charging and charging and unplugging. All right, I guess I'll just unplug it. I was not very happy. Again, as I've said before, I think my reason for this is, and I want to be very clear about this. I don't like, sorry if that made you check your connections. Here's what I don't like in canon-based games. What I don't like in canon-based games is where they very specifically make you like the secondary character to the main character, and it's kind of this big dick flex of like, oh, there went Luke Skywalker, right? And you're like, Luke Skywalker is going to take out the Death Star, but you have to take out a gun turret on the other side of the Death Star so that Luke can succeed. And then like you're playing that game, and it's like a video game or something like that, and it's like, mission requirements, Luke must survive. Right? So like Luke can't die. And like, I'm not being cool. I'm enabling Luke Skywalker to be cool. You know, that's what I don't like. I don't like when canon does that. What I have no problem doing is presuming that there is an alternate history where we start at this time at this place, and those events that we assume are going to happen, maybe they happen very, very differently because of the way that events unfold and unfurl. And as I've said before, I said this before in a previous stream, I've played a lot of games of Axis and Allies, but there was one summer, I think it was the summer between junior year of high school and senior year of high school, so 1999, where me and my friend Justin played Axis and Allies essentially every day. So whatever, how long is summer break? 3 months, give or take. June, July, August. We played, I don't know, probably 70 games of Axis and Allies that summer. Now, I know how World War II ends in real life, how it's supposed to end. That didn't make playing Axis and Allies any less fun. In fact, it was really interesting to see all the different ways it could have gone. And it was very educational to me. Now, obviously, Axis and Allies is designed to be a board game, in that there's, you know, more design elements at work than just, you know, realism. They also want to make sure that in theory it's equal game, you know, the allies have a chance, the Axis has a chance. Although some people say that one side is advantage and then they'll bid. But anyways, but it was interesting to see all the ways it could have gone and making a game out of it and realizing, number one, that victory was never guaranteed, that, you know, there's a lot of different ways, maybe a lot of different lucky breaks that we don't really fully appreciate that went our way, and that certain different decisions made at different times by the enemies or the ally, you know, the Axis or the allies, could revolt in very, very different circumstances. I remember one game of Axis and Allies. It was one of my favorite games of all time. Let me see if I can bring up a map of Axis and Allies so you can understand how ridiculous this is. Okay, perfect. Can I please open this image in a new tab? Open link in new window. Open link in split window. Open link in... Nope, I don't want to do any of those things. I want to open an image in a new tab. All right, there we go. The more technology changes, the more horrible it gets. Okay. So this is a map of Axis and Allies. This is where everything starts, right? So gray is Germany. The beige is the United Kingdom, right? So they've got obviously UK, Canada, parts of Africa, India, certain parts of Southeast Asia, and of course, our boys in Anzac. Japan has taken over China, Southeast Asia, and most of Oceania. United States is basically just United States. And some of its allies, right? So you've got US, and then you randomly have Brazil, which is, of course, obviously on the Atlantic. And I remember a game of Axis and Allies where Germany had basically almost been defeated, but they were just holding out. Like the UK had gotten just like completely crushed. The Russia had poured in, but Germany was kind of holding a last stand. But Japan had just crushed. And Japan had taken over Australia, taken over New Zealand, crossed the Pacific, came up through the South Atlantic, conquered Brazil, built a factory in Brazil, and thus there were Japanese aircraft carriers being made in the Atlantic and the Caribbean, which presented a Japanese attack into Africa and America from Japanese aircraft in the Atlantic. Now, the fact that I can remember this game says something, considering I've probably played Axis and Allies, more than 200 times or something crazy in my life. But it was, it was fun. Now, obviously, that's not what happened, but that's okay. That's not why I'm playing the game. What do you mean that map is super dodgy? This map is 100% accurate to real life, okay? This is exactly what these things look like. Well, I mean, no, islands are bigger so that you can actually put things. Actually, the original map of Axis and Allies was much smaller. And then you had all these little boxes along the side of it so that you could actually put pieces into the island zones. And it doesn't really have a good example. Like in the original game, Okinawa was really, really small and Borneo was really, really small. And so it was really, really hard to put any amount of troops there. And so they had these little sub spaces on around the border of the board. It was really annoying. Anyways, they made the map more playable. But yeah. So anyways, very, very cool. And I always love that. So yeah, I don't care about the canon in that respect. I respect it. Obviously I like it, but I'm not one of those people who's going to say, well, Balin has to lose so that the Moria falls, so that Gandalf goes through Moria and dies fighting the Balrog. But if it's held by the dwarves, then maybe he doesn't, and then he never comes back as one. That'll mess up the whole timeline. So are you planning on playing your campaign all the way through to the end of the Lord of the Ring? No, who cares? And then maybe even if you do, it's like, all right, cool. What happens then? What happens if Gandalf doesn't fall in Moria?
Woke in the darkness of Khazad-dûm. Shadow and flame.
Edward tipped $5. Okay. How soon do you think you can get this going? I'm super excited for the possibilities. I know you're busy with a million projects and traveling soon.
Yeah, so Edward, the answer is going to be probably around before Christmas. Like I said, I'm going to be out next week to PAX. Then I'll be back for a week. We'll get some stuff organized. I'm doing a quick trip to Vegas at the beginning of December, and then I'll be back. So probably, over the next month, we'll maybe get some stuff ready, and then we'll start trying to do it over the holidays. I guess you could say over the course of the holiday season, the winter phase, right? I mentioned my goals. One of them is to do the Discord redesign, redo the GMing, figure out Dragon Tide and Northern Reaches seasons 4 and 1. I did want to launch a Beacon campaign. That is off the table, but maybe it'll be Lancer. And then, I think it'd be fun to run this during that phase, during that time. Yeah, August 2022. That's the correct goal. Well, Beowulf, you can give me shit. 99% of the problems that this channel has are either because people are like, Derek, make an 850-page mega dungeon. Or Derek, who really has a high level of respect for RPGs and can't just throw something together in a couple of weeks, even though they've never played the game, like apparently a lot of people can. Make this game. Or it involves 3 to 5 other people. And scheduling 3 to 5 other people is been a nightmare, obviously. So the advantage here is the only, it's my time. So my time I have, I can manage that. And while I may not know how to design a game, I have ideas, but I don't know how to design a game. Does that make sense? I do know how to run games, and I do know how to play games, and I do know how to, Why is Beacon off the table? Chris, we did an entire stream dedicated to that. TLDR, because there's no VTT for it. It's the VTT is way out of date, doesn't really function, and the Pirate Gonzalez Games, who wrote the book, is actually working with a developer apparently to make a official system modification for it, but that is in progress and doesn't have any doesn't have a deadline, doesn't have a due date. There's no timeline. That's what I was looking for, that we know of. So long story short, without a proper VTT, it's just too hard to try to get 20 or 30 or 40 people to get all those ducks in a row. I can't have people all working off of Google Sheets like that. So yeah, I think this will be a lot of fun for sure. But thank you, Edward. I think it'll be a lot of fun, a lot of awesome. Like I said, we'll have to talk to Bob and stuff like that. And I'm excited. This will be cool. Plus, we get to work together and, kind of in a way we kind of get to GM together, right? All of us. And you can kind of maybe pick up some of my cool ideas and stuff like that, and we can geek out about Lord of the Rings lore, and we can talk about we could talk about Durin. We could talk about that Durin is going to have to he's prophesied to be reborn 6 times. He's been reborn 5, so prophesied of Durin the 7th. Maybe in our campaign, Durin the 7th is around. Tolkien's lore was a little bit loosey-goosey about this. They say he doesn't really come about till the 4th age. But again, fuck Tolkien. He's dead. Now, that is what I would agree with. Okay? I don't care if we, as a band of dwarves, recover some ancient runic weapons of dwarven lore, or maybe we decide that the Silmaril is the Arkenstone is actually a Silmaril, and we use it to burn out the Balrog of Morgoth, which would totally work, by the way. What I don't want are steampunk dwarfs in mechs and calling that Tolkien. That's the place where, if you're gonna play the One Ring and you're doing it because you respect the tone and the importance of the material, and you're part of the reason you're choosing the game. You might really like the rules. It's true. But a big part of this game is that vibe and that feeling. And again, as I point out to people all the time, most people who really like Lord of the Rings are really focusing on a, 1 or 2 year history of an event that kind of came and went in the blink of an eye. The end of the Third Age. Middle Earth has this massive history. It's absolutely massive. And so there's so much more to that than what you even think that right? So again, it's basically respect the subject material in that respect. Steampunk dwarves in mechs sounds awesome. It does sound awesome, but it is not respecting the professor's work. And that's what I'm kind of getting into, right? Like, if the Balrog were to be defeated, it would need to be done in this epic, mythical, almost like, when Eärendil went to plead for the plight of Middle Earth to the Valar, when Beren stole a Silmaril from Morgoth's crown, when Glorfindel fought a Balrog, the Gothmog, Lord of the Balrogs, and all these things. It has to be profound. It can't be like I tiger uppercut the Balrog and make him look like a bitch, right? We can't 5th edition it, right? Like, that doesn't seem right to me. I don't know. I mean, I have it. Is there any desire for me to cover this game, by the way? This is the 5th edition version of it. All right. So we have 77 people here. It's downstairs, but trust me, it's there. I bought the other day this. Now, this is the 5th edition version, the Lord of the Rings role-playing game, the starter set. Okay, I bought this because it's all they had at the Barnes & Noble bookstore, and I thought it was cool, so I bought it. But the other day, I was out on the west side, dropping my roommate off at the airport, and there's a really good game store on the west side. And actually, I had this moment of really feeling old because the guy was like, "Hey, are you in our system?" And I go, "Maybe. I haven't been out here in a bunch of years." And he looks up and he goes, "Oh, wow." I go, "Yeah, I first started coming out to this store when it was called The Keep." No, I went to Recess, obvious. And he's like, "Oh, wow." He's like, "Your account's older than me." And I was like, "Great." Anyways, they had a copy of the One Ring starter set, which again is downstairs. You don't need me to go get it, but it's the box set. It's the starter set, but it's for the One Ring, the game that we've been talking about for the last 3 weeks. So I do have a copy of that to give away to somebody in the United States. I apologize, but shipping things overseas, out of country right now, is crazy ridiculous, and it costs me, I'm sorry, way, way, way too much money, unfortunately. So literally more than it cost me to buy the starter set is what it would cost me to buy to ship it. So we're going to do a giveaway for a One Ring box set. So this is the starter game that I'm going to be playing with Bob and his brother and Tim. And if any of my other friends potentially want to play, and we'll see how many people we can get. Where is my giveaway tool? Here we go. All right, this should work. He says tentatively. All right. Type slash, or sorry, not slash. Type exclamation point join to join this wait list. You know, Beowulf, that actually is a good idea. And we're not going to do that right now, but we'll do that in the future. That's actually not a bad idea. No, I did not go to Warzone. It was too late for him. He closes his building can only be open when it is light outside, because otherwise you cannot see within it. So I'll give this a couple minutes for these to populate here. Again, yeah, the starter set's pretty cool. It has a mostly complete but slightly abbreviated version of the rules. It has a starter adventure. Probably takes you, 2 sessions, maybe 3 if you're really taking your time. Some pre-generated characters, a map, some character tokens, models, a set of dice. It's pretty nice, all things considered. Not as nice as the Dragon Bane box set. Again, the Dragon Bane box set, this thing is legendary. It is so heavy. It is so chock full of just incredibleness. You could buy this box set and play for like months. It's probably the best deal I've ever seen in my entire life. Dragon Bane hype, as they say. All right. Nice. Awesome. Well, Casey, that's what we're giving away. We're giving the Underhill starter set, unless you mean the Shire one. This is the new starter set, as they call it. All right. David Heron was our last one. We'll give it one more minute. Looks like we've got about 24, maybe 20 people signed up. Maybe everybody is from overseas, in which case, hello. Remember, type !join if you wish to join the contest. No, it doesn't for me, Zen Bullet. Automatically. I always feel bad because as soon as I click end and select name, that's when somebody comes in and goes, "Oh, join," and I go, "Oh, you literally just missed it." So don't be that person. Get it in now. Ooh, I forgot I was hungry, and then I forgot I'm gonna roast that chicken. I'm excited. Roast meat right off the bone. That's what we're going for. Hey, look at that. Sean Tompkins here. I enjoy watching you give the Soul Rules a look. Excited to tune into your campaign. Good luck. Sean, yeah, they were awesome. I mean, again, I could see some elements of Ironsworn and Starforged in there, for sure. And maybe a little bit of like some tags and fate aspects, little Blades in the Dark action. Great stuff. I love the allies rules. I love the sacrifice rules. Sean, great job. They hired the right person. Shout out, buddy. That was really good. Yeah, and if you are interested, by the way, in solo gaming, if this has piqued your interest in solo gaming, Sean Tompkin, who wrote these rules that we looked at tonight, was hired to do this because Sean wrote what is considered by most to be like sort of the gold standard of solo play rules, which is Ironsworn and its sci-fi version, Starforged. So you should definitely check this out. A lot of people really enjoy it as a pastime and as a hobby. Journaling. I know Star Trek Adventures has a solo version game now called Captain's Log, which allows you to basically play Star Trek Adventures, not Star Wars, sorry, Star Trek Adventures as a solo play game. It's pretty awesome. All right, here we go. Giveaway. Here we go. All right. Oswald, you are our winner. Congrats, Oswald. Oswell, I don't know. Oswell, congrats to you, my friend. Oswell, if you want to go ahead and send me a email. Yes, Usul. Tell me of the waters of your home world, Usul. So congrats to you. But you can send me a email at not be right back. You can send me an email at dmelenda@knightsoflastcall.com. Go ahead and send me an email with your address information if you're not a Patreon. If you are a Patreon or you want to message me on Discord, you can do that too. But if you're not, just email me right there, dmelinda@knightsoflastcall.com. And or find a way to get in touch with me. But that's the best way to do it. And I'll get that mailed out to you before I leave for PAX in 7 days. Thank you. And congrats. All right. Awesome. Well, that was a lot of fun. Wes, sounds good, buddy. It's real simple. Say, it's like I make money from the Patreon and then I use it and I buy cameras and I buy giveaways to give to people. We actually have we have a bunch of stuff I need to give away. I forgot. I was sitting on this. I forgot that I have a collector's edition Daggerheart still to give away. I actually have a Daggerheart copy I need to ship to Laughing Outlaw, which is good. I reminded myself. I have a Torchbearer giveaway, which I was going to do after we finish our campaign, but we still have one session to go. What else do I have? I have an OSE box set that was donated. We got to give that away. But yeah, we have a collector's edition of Daggerheart to give away. And I was going to wait until our kickoff episode of our actual play. Sadly, that never happened. But hey, right? Hopes and vibes. All right. Well, this was a lot of fun. I was excited to do this with the chat. But now I'm really excited to do it with chat because these rules are great. I'm really stoked about these rules, and I definitely it got some juices flooding in my head about ways that I wanted to sort of expand. Again, there was a lot of things that was going on in that were very similar to the way that I was running Theater of the Mind PBTA style 5th edition when we did Dungeon Time Extreme, just done in a much more procedural way. And it was really, really cool. So I think it'll be a lot of fun. And I think there's a lot of great opportunities for us to do cool stuff with the chat and have people sponsoring allies. And I think that'll be a lot of fun. Or sponsoring an arch foe. That'll be a lot of fun too. I mean, we got to have the Wheel of Pain, right? I mean, right? Oh, we just call it, right? We call it the Eye of Sauron. It's instead of the Wheel of Pain, it's the Eye of Sauron, right? It's perfect. The Wheel of Sauron. Yes. And I need to read Lancer. Some people are like, are we doing a Lancer? First look? I also think I got a message from Karamak who wants me to also talk about another mech. So I think we're going to be talking about 3 mech games. Okay. I think we're going to be, 2 of them were, one of them was Lancer. One of them is Tenra Bancho 0. And this new one, which I haven't added yet, but Karamak wanted to add it, and Karamak's got plenty of gold tickets. He can do it, is Battle Century G Remastered. So I think the next couple of first looks, but I leave for PAX on Tuesday. So what we might do is like a back-to-back mech first look. Like one day we'll do mechs, the next day we'll do mechs, and then the next day we'll do mechs. It's like mech week. We've had draw steel week. We had dagger week, dagger hype week, and now we have mech week. And then we'll end with me playing like Mech Warrior 3, which was, I liked Mech Warrior 2, but Mech Warrior 3 might have been my favorite Mech Warrior. I never played any, I don't know if Mech Warrior 8. Karama says, I just wanted to add a silly thing. See, he doesn't even like the game. He's just doing it to be a troll.
Whoops. Whoopsie.
Big Die Energy, we don't need any more mech games. Oh no. Someone says it looks awesome. Well, look, that's what the first look cue is. Okay, you do like it. Okay. Do the Bakers have a classic mech game? I don't know. I have to do BattleTech. I do own BattleTech somewhere. The RPG. Somewhere. I don't know about MechWarrior Destiny. I've never heard of that. Well, I just don't have the time, Beowulf. It's just a question of time. There's only so many days left. But yeah, so tomorrow I'm going to be on Roll for Combat. No idea what we're talking about. Maybe we'll stream tomorrow. I may have to start talking about mechs tomorrow if I want to get it done before I leave. And yeah, this is gonna be awesome. This is gonna be awesome. My first mech video game was Mech Warrior 2. We have mechs down at Nav Gamma. Bravo Cadet reports 4 summoners on site. Bandits are hostile. Repeat, bandits are hostile. Man, that's such a great intro. But Mech Warrior 3 was really, really great. I really felt that BCG, that would be Battle Century G, was a good thing to compare to Lancer. Do I have any opinions on the Savage World ecosystem of games? I think Savage World's fine. I think it's a little too generic for my liking. And the Benny's system is a little, it's not my favorite meta currency system, but it's fine. You know, I like the dice assignment and stuff like that. I just feel like most of the time when I was going to play a Savage Worlds game, nowadays I would probably play Outgunned and pick a theme from that, you know? Yeah, no one should consume even I don't consume all of the KOLC Discord. I skip play-by-post, I skip video game, I skip anime, I skip most of the sub channels of Northern Reaches. I only go to the main channels for Northern Reaches. What else do I skip? Those are about the main things that I skip. Everything else I pretty much hit up. So we're gonna tip out. It's midnight. I got chicken to fry or chicken to roast and dogs to take out, and yeah, this is gonna be fun. We got a lot of mechs coming in our future. Gimmick Labs. What is the deal with this BattleTech Z? This is the game that apparently we need to look at. It combines Battle Century G and Battle Century Z. Oh, it's effects based. Interesting. So is it like Mutants and Masterminds? In this book, you will find player characters that come out of character creation being on par with the protagonist of an anime series. Oh my God. All right. Well, we're in for it then. Keith, take care. I'm heading out myself. Well, thank you everybody for hanging out with me. I'm really excited about this One Ring solo game. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And again, I'm looking forward to some of the changes that are coming here at Knights of Last Call, and I look forward to continuing to work and play with this community. Really looking forward to PAX Unplugged next week. I know there's going to be a couple people I'm going to hang out with. I'm supposed to hang out, or at least get to hang out with, and maybe I'm hoping I can buy him lunch or something. Is Mr. Ben Asaro. He's going to be there, and I've actually never gotten a chance to hang out with Ben in person. Had him on the show, half a dozen times or whatever. Been hanging out with him for the past 4.5 years, but I've never actually gotten to meet up with him. So looking forward to that. And then, of course, end of our mega seasons, our mega games, maybe a kickoff of a new one, this solo game, get Bob and Tim and Danny over here to play some One Ring, eventually play Daggerheart, Fabula Ultima, lots of games. It'll be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. And then next year, Origins, theoretically, NightCon Session 0, where we, sort of steal Origins and turn it into NightCon. Mwahaha, poison pill. All right, everybody. That's going to do it for me. Thanks so much for hanging out. If you like the channel, please like, comment, subscribe, all the jazz. Check us out at twitch.tv/Knights of Last Call. You can do that to support us for free with your Amazon Prime membership. Doesn't cost you anything. Just costs Jeff Bezos a couple dollars that he has to give to me instead. And then if you really want to support us and you really want to be part of all this fun, join the Patreon. Link in the description below. Patreon.com/nicelastcall. Oh, by the way, you can buy this. I have a link in the doobly doo as well. Links to our Amazon, it links to our drive-through affiliate. So it doesn't cost you any more money, but we get like $1. So it helps us buy more games, which apparently it's going to be only mech games from here on out. All right, everybody. We'll see you next time on Knights of Last Call. Good night.